anywhere to go. I can take you anywhere. We could fly through the air. I can take you anywhere. We could fly through the I can take you anywhere. We could fly through the
We got time on our hands, gonna have fun, we got no plans. We could party on the beach like we just don't care. We can follow the sun till the night has begun. We'll share it all, that's what friends are for. Na 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 na. There's a rock and roll band playing acoustic in the sand. We are flying, we are free, what a precious moment. We will always be young, we'll be dancing in the sunshine. We'll share it all, that's what friends are for. We'll look back one day and see smiling pictures and faces of you and me. That's what friends are for. 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 Yeah, yeah. That's what friends are for.
when you're feeling down, wanna come my way, gonna lift you up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living on the darkness descending upon me. Then I close my eyes to seek escape. Something in the darkness calling to me. But then I realize it's okay. La 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 I'm going all in, it's too late to fold now. Don't you wish you could start brand new? Still running in place on this hamster wheel. But when I close my eyes, here's the view. La 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 Don't you worry now, the river is coming. I can see the tells in your face. There's no turning back, make your move count. Maybe you'll get lucky today. La 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 la
Anything she wants, you would gladly give her, blushing like a fool. 'Cause she caught you staring, watching every move. Is she taunting you? Is this a sign? You need to stay cool. You live a life that you can't deny. No, you're not in control. Once you connect, did you feel the fire? And she's pulling you close, you close. That dance of love, ay, ay, ay. That dance of love, ay, ay, ay. That dance of love, ay, 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 ay. That dance of love, body language. Fumbling for words, you feel so naked. You wanna tell her, but you don't wanna blow it. She can't hear the words that you're saying. The music's so loud, so let your body say it. The fact that you can't deny. Yeah, it's taking control. Oh, it's so intense and she feels the bite. And she's stealing your soul, your soul.
ever since returning, nothing stopped my heart from yearning for the pretty little bird I found on holiday. Every moment now I'm dreaming, every thought of mine is leaning back to see her, my pretty little bird. Take me back to Pájaro Bonito, bring me to her, to my papagayo. Setting sun and shining waters couldn't match the lovely colors that you bring to bloom, pretty little bird. Pretty little bird, la 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 la. Home among familiar faces, but my thoughts are other places, far across the sea with my little bird. Take me back to mi pájaro bonito, bring me to her, to my papagayo. Empty days and endless hours, bending down like wilting flowers, till I kiss you again, my pretty little bird. Fly to me, love, to my arms, love. Fly to me, love. Who knew that I'd come home safe, but leave my heart in another place on holiday with my little bird.
is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. Listen. One afternoon on a walk, he met this woman, their eyes locked. His world was rocked, he gave her his number. That evening she called him and they talked. They had so much to chat about. There was no doubt that they were perfectly matched and that he had to ask her out. She said alright, he could tell she liked him, but knew she could hurt him even more. He bought some flowers. In an hour he arrived at her door. She let him in, she seemed uneasy. They got ready to leave. He began to wonder if he and she were meant to be. He thought, when is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might decide that love is blind, but it may not be what it seems. She laid eyes on this guy and was overwhelmed with attraction. She saw he had the exact same reaction. It felt right from the start, but if he played her and broke her heart, she knew she'd never recover. She promised to wait for a man who truly loved her. She said yes to a date. At 8 he came to her place. The club they danced and embraced. It was so fast-paced, her pulse raced. Then he pulled back like he needed some space. Her heart sank, she quickly thanked him and went home, turned off her phone and spent the night in her comfort zone. She might have known he wasn't the one. She did the right thing by deciding to run. Or was she a jerk and it could have worked? A cruel fate, she found her soulmate. She wanted to believe, she'd been naive, not deceived. She thought, when is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might decide that love is blind, but it may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry.
Of the golden era, golden era, continuation of the golden era. May you live forever.
Late 80s, early 90s, it came into its prime. Microphone prodigies with complex rhymes, sublime denser beats, deep sampling feats. Pure genius rose steep from the New York streets. Meet at Mars, the building for Milky Way, payday, the tunnel, the red zone, new music cafe. Street, fat beats, downstairs rockin' soul in the music factory, stacked 12-inch gold. The innovation was cunning and stunning, nothing was contrived from 86 to 95. New York kept it live, BDP, King PE, Ultra EPMD, Rakim, Stet, Slick Rick, MC Light Biz Marquee. The Jungle Brothers, De La, A Tribe Called Quest, Brand Nubian, Gangsta, G-Rap, Bello, and SP, Rockin' CL, Black Moon, Beatnuts, DITC, Daru, Nas, AZ, Redman, Big L, and Biggie.
Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May you live forever. You see, the elements converged into spoken word and hit a divine note that human ears had never heard. It emerged to what the mainstream considered absurd. They laughed at it, now it's generational, they're all addicts. 40 years later, now we reminisce, 'cause through all the shape shifts, it hurts us deeply that it hasn't been the same since. Large pro walking through that front door to cherish or neglect the black sheep, the choice is yours. Case Solo spelled it out for you. The Fugees kept the score, nice and smooth, made it funky for the junkies abroad. The Outcast elevated it. While Dre let me ride, he kicked me out, I had to start running with the bar. far side. Lost my breath. All I need from Mary and Meth is ice water. Please give my full regards to the chef. Watch son get wrecked, cause all they rickety really want is effects. Gucci link shine, stretching Bobito, 89 Tech 9, y'all. Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. That ever lasts forever.
I just want to tell you it's alright, while I'm smiling through the tears in my eyes. Cause when I'm broken I still want you to be fine. I think we're both just attached to the friction. If you need me I'll be pacing through my mind, and I can be the one to get you through the night. I lose the battle every time you pick a fight. So afraid to combat this addiction. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction. 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 Where we are, I can't quite figure out. I wanna take all of the blame from you now. No matter what, I've gotta fix it somehow. You only know how to play it like the victim. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction. 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 Friction.
We're free, don't look back. With me, we'll stay on track. Are you ready to go? So I'm waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much for you to do. Are you ready to Could things be harder? Said nothing. Heard from a friend that I hadn't spoken to in a couple of years or so. It would be alright as long as the sun keeps poking its way on through my curtain light. Or something tells me that if we keep singing our songs, before you know it, they'll be singing along. If we keep humming a tune, it won't be long before they sing it too. It won't be long before they sing it too. Look out my window and all I see are flowers blooming on empty streets. Sometime soon they'll be alive. Hope when they do, they sing with me. It'll be alright as long as the sun keeps poking its way on through my curtain light. Or something tells me that
nothing we can do about it. Save yourself from fear. Be true to who you are.
Keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. Keep on reaching high. I keep my love. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high.
got time on our hands, gonna have fun, we got no plans. We could party on the beach like we just don't care. We can follow the sun till the night has begun. We'll share it all, that's what friends are for. Na 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 na, na 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 na, na 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 na, na na na. Na 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 na, na 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 na, na 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 na, na na na. There's a rock and roll band playing acoustic in the sand. We are flying, we are free, what a precious moment. We will always be young, we'll be dancing in the sunshine. We'll share it all, that's what friends are for. We'll look back one day and see smiling pictures and faces of you and me. That's what friends are for. 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 Yeah, yeah. That's what friends are for.
When you're feeling down, wanna come my way, gonna lift you up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. 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 Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. When you hit the ground, don't you lose your way. Gotta get back up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living on love. Oh, oh, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living on love. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the LPL. My name is Butchables, and I'm joined by the Daggertron himself as we head into our fourth week of LPL. And Dagda, you're looking real summery. I actually had to change shirts last second to be able to match the sheer sum of vibes you're bringing to the table here.
Yeah, I got back from my trip to Berlin, and my mom was like, "Hey, I got you a little present," and I was like, "Well, I gotta get out rocking on the LPL broadcast, you know."
I like it. It's beautiful. It's flowery. It's lovely. Just like you are, mate. Let's take a look at the games we had yesterday. As we've had some bangers over the weekend. I'm not going to lie to you, Dagda. I've got a lot of games that I need to catch up on after the broadcast today.
Yeah.
Because it was a crazy weekend. But the weekend finished with AL managing to take out IG. Not the cleanest series ever, but another win in the books for AL. And then EDG getting back on the horse somewhat, taking down a struggling BLG, it has to be said.
Yeah, look, I just wish anyone's legend would make up their mind as to where they sit on the table, because like they're beating some teams that look like they're playoff contenders like IG, and then they're losing to teams like TT, and I just don't know what's going on with them. I just want consistency. I just want to know if I can get hyped about this team. But as you said as well, EDG managing to take down BLG in that 3-game series. I think exciting for a lot of EDG fans to kind of see them getting back on the horse properly.
Yeah, absolutely. Some exciting results. And let's look at our standings, where we're at, because it still continues to sort of boggle my mind where some of the teams are in the standings. Like you say, AL still doing really well, still managing to sit up fairly high in the standings. And you mentioned they beat TT. TT actually in 10th place right now with that win over AL. That boosted them above a lot of teams, including teams like BLG, teams like IG that are really struggling this split.
Yeah, I mean, BLG sitting 1 and 4 at the moment. Like, you got to remember, we're about a third of the way through our split at the moment. So these are things that are really going to start to add up as our split goes on. So kind of surprising and kind of sad to see teams like BLG, IG as well sitting down there, where these are teams that we look for and kind of go, oh, maybe there's some hope there for them.
Absolutely, and like you say, we're at the start of the split. We're a third of the way through, but it's getting to the point where it's starting to matter. Let's look at the best of the week, though. We've got, a couple of top esports players in there, a couple of EDG players in there, and then Shousey managing to make a spot for himself with the 100% first blood percentage there as well. Very nicely done. But Dagda, I think you and I both know already, Wayward, absolutely the star of the show from the top lane.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen a lot of top esports players on this lineup an awful lot of the time, but Wayward has been absolutely incredible. Tien as well is showing that he's going to be able to give a lot of support to Wayward on that top side. I just want to give a quick shout out to Shousey as well. That flash hook against JDG was so disgusting. It was nasty. So delighted to see that he kind of gets his rightful dues for that play.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at Wayward, though, as he is going to be the Rookie of the Week for week number 3. 2 MVPs, almost 30% damage, crazy goal difference. This guy has been smithing consistently. And boy, do we have a surprise for you all at home. Not only is Wayward the Rookie of the Week in week 3, he's also the MVP of the week in week 3. Double awards for Wayward while being on the top 5 as well. Kind of an insane weekend.
Yeah, not gonna lie, kind of smurfed against Shella, who as well picking up a ton of kills on the Gangplank and haven't been a big carry performance. And then as well, a major part of the success the top esports had in their 2-0 victory over BLG. And I know, so the thing was, we actually put this in the group chat behind the scenes going, hey guys, here's your heads up, just so you know who you're going to be talking about during rehearsal and all that kind of stuff. We're like, okay, cool. And instantly we had Ox in the group chat going, my boy, he did it, let's go. So Ox is definitely out there celebrating for his favorite player.
Yeah. Well, the funny thing is, his actual initial reaction was the frog question mark that always likes to drop during the leading phase. So a kindred spirit there. Let's take a look at the games coming up today, though. It's about time we start talking about what's coming to your screens. OMG versus LGD to kick us off. 2 teams in need of a win, but 2 teams that I think, well, certainly LGD have started to look pretty good recently. So we'll talk more about that in a moment. But then we'll go into JDG versus TT. And like you say, TT fairly fresh off of that win versus AL, looking better than a lot of people expecting. And JDG have had shaky games, right? They've dropped a lot of games in their best of 3s, so we'll have to see how that second one pans out. I'm selling you a bit of false hope that JDG's definitely a heavy favourite. But maybe TT can make something happen. Let's talk about our first series here, Doug. Let's talk about I'm just going to move on from that whole can of worms. OMG versus LGD is going to be our first series of the day. And I want to start by talking about the new mid laner on LGD. This guy has been in the LDL for a while, and he has had the biggest case of elo hell I have ever witnessed in my professional career. Look at those win rates. But then, look at those KDAs, man. This guy has been stuck on a team that cannot win games in the LDL, but individually, he's been popping off.
Yeah, this guy, as you can see, is like, we wanted to give you a little bit of a history check of this guy because he used to play for LGD Youth in the LDL. His team had a 22% win rate over the last 3 splits in the LDL. And this guy, as you can see, is actually pretty damn good. Just unfortunately, as you said, Elo held, unfortunately not able to have a team that could really support him in his endeavors. But it does feel like now that he's gotten into LGD's proper team, he's looking a hell of a lot better. And being able to have a team that can actually support him in his endeavors, whether it's where we're seeing him play things like the Galio, or if he's bringing out things like the LeBlanc, this guy is looking like the real deal.
He certainly is, and it feels like the rest of the team has started to change with him on the roster. Like, you saw this 3-man squad of Shadow, Haichao, and Jinzhao all working together consistently against AL. Like, it was a pleasure to watch this team working together in that series.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? It feels like you're now getting the pieces that, as you see, say, support Shadow, because Shadow was kind of the core unit of this team, the core identity of this team back in the spring and back in 2021. But Haichao's also been an absolute monster in these team fights. Like, the Galio ult here was absolutely spectacular, but on this LeBlanc as well, he just has a really good understanding of what he needs to do in these fights. Not trying to go in aggressive, like look to actually fully kill people, but just constantly harassing, constantly putting pressure on Betty. And you can see there, it causes issues for anyone's Legend, where Betty finally turns around to try and deal with Haichao, who's been such a nuisance, right as the rest of the team goes in to engage in LGD. So you end up with this split play. Haichao doing a really good job on the side of this, of just like keeping just right on the edge of aggression and making sure that he's able to really play a big factor, even if he didn't get a kill, just being such a massive nuisance against anyone's Legend.
Yeah, it's all about playing with pressure, right? It's all about being that threat on the backline. So they have to turn away from what they're trying to do and end up splitting themselves, end up falling apart during the fight. Really, really great play coming out from Haichao and from the whole LGD squad. And while Haichao is pulling off these distraction hijinks on the side, the guy that's stepping up to the plate for the rest of the team is Asim, right? This new AD carry for LGD. I feel like LGD, I don't know where they are finding rookies specifically, but Asim and Haichao both have an insane split for themselves. I mean, look at that gold difference. And obviously, gold difference this split is going to be skewed slightly because Asim hasn't been playing center, but even still, being first in the league is something to write home.
Exactly. He had a couple of games against the Senate when they were up against TT, which is why his goal difference is so inflated. But I think it would be remiss to talk about how well Haichao's doing and not talk about how well Asim is doing, because even whatever about the goal difference, that damage percent is absolutely insane. This guy's been popping off, and it's on some of these more aggressive picks like the Kalista and the Draven, but also willing to fall back towards things like this Jinx, where he can just play that late game damage scaler. And as we said, like, Shadow was such a good part of this team and actually being able to find these early leads, you know, playing a very, very strong point from the jungle, but he never really had the team around him. But now that you've got this like super damage dealer in these fights with Asim, who's able to really just play right on the edge of where his range is, make sure he's able to get a ton of damage off, you can see it's making such a difference to LGD. And I think this is although they might not be a team that can like push into the upper echelons of the league, I'm definitely starting to get a little bit more excited about LGD, especially when you have so many rookies on this roster. This is a team that where you're trying to figure out how high is the ceiling for this squad.
It's as high as Haichao? I don't know. I'm going to move on. Let's talk about OMG now, because I've well and truly murdered that conversation. Because the way that OMG have been playing, it doesn't. We've both had a big weekend. This is going to be a wacky cast. I'm sorry, guys. This is just going to be the way that it is. And on that note, on that thought, I want to talk about a bit of a cheesy gank that we saw out from OMG. You could say, though, that it was a really good gank, because a couple of times now they've started with early ganks and then taken over the game from there.
Yeah, there's been some super early plays that have come out, and then they've kind of got the ball rolling for themselves, where they're able to take over from the game. And I think this is something that OMG and especially Aki has been really good at starting to get going. And we saw particularly against JDG, where they're able to find that win, where they got this play on the top side in the very, very early stages of the game. They got some kills from Shanji, and then they were able to very quickly start to snowball that into victories. And I think we're probably going to see a little bit more of this from OMG, where they want to try and go for these crazy early plays. And honestly, I couldn't believe it when they'd actually managed to take this win over JDG. It was absolutely insane.
And then against LGD as well, early level 1 play, and it got them all of the cheddar that they needed to win out the laning phase. It's really good stuff from OMG.
But that's the thing, right? Once they get the cheese ball rolling, so to speak, they've been actually really, really good, where they're able to get a ton of these early plays off, like snowball those advantages that they get super well, and make sure that they're able to have some of that clean gameplay.
And honestly, at some points in all of that, I wasn't sure if they were Swiss, because some of the plays, absolutely holy, making me turn religious. But unfortunately, Dagda, that's all the clips. We didn't get any chance to put any more clips in there because they wouldn't have fit in the segment. OMG, though, the game plan is still just dive, as we very rapidly move on, apparently, with this segment. Against LNG.
Even producer's done with it.
Yeah, they're just moving us on. Really short-range compositions coming out from OMG. This is exactly what we saw last year. It felt like they were moving away. It feels like they've given up on moving away, and they're just going back to what they know.
Yeah, I mean, look, I really prefer this style for them. I think Cream looks way more comfortable where he's able to play these, like, dive, assassins, things like the Silas. Even when you look at Abel, right, like, he's renowned for his Samira over in the Chinese side, and it's just absolutely insane when he gets to bring that one out. He looks great on these more, like, short-range carries, things like the Kaisa. We see this great Aphelios gameplay from him. I just think, as a whole, OMG looks so much more comfortable when they do just have these definitive go buttons and everyone just dives in quickly to murder someone. Like, this is just, it's very simple gameplay. It works out really well. And that's why whenever I get into these drafts, I'm just looking, I want to see dive. I just want to see them going over and over towards this style because it just works so well for them.
Yeah, it feels like these brawls are way more their speed, right? They love to just get in the mix of everything, like Abel on the Kaiser, like you said, the Silas, things like the Samira as well. Just getting everyone into the mix and just getting fighting feels like the way forward for OMG. So let's see if that's going to happen here in Champ Select as we begin our first series of week number 4. And we'll see how things are going to go down. Straight away, we're getting Kalista and Draven. By the way, we talked about Asif. We talked about the pressure he's bringing to the table. And OMG respect that.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of have to, right? As we said, like 32% of the team's damage. This guy's been absolutely insane. But we'll have to see then what the plan is, because you still have the Lucian left open if LGD want to let that go. And honestly, I kind of get to the stage where I think Lucian is probably the biggest bait that we have at the moment. And it looks like LGD agree. I haven't been overly impressed with the Lucian and the Nami lanes, and it looks like OMG are kind of on the same page as well. They're just going to go towards the Viego.
Yeah, Viego locked in first. Not massively surprising with the Wukong ban, the way it feels like that has been consistently the top jungler in the league. Not necessarily a positive win rate, but certainly a popular pick. And now for LGD, we need to see where they go, because I want to see proactivity out of this mid lane, right? The Lee Sin is great for Shadow. I'd love to see something like an Ahri for Haicho.
Yeah, I think taking something like the Ahri is probably your best bet here, because Haicho, as you said, like, I think he's been really, really good when he gets on towards these more like roam and facilitating champions like we saw with the Galio, but we'll have to see what the plan's going to be. Jinjiao going to take the Nautilus there instead, so kind of taking that away from Cold, because as we said, OMG like to lean, or at least they look best when they lean into these more dive oriented compositions, and Nautilus enables that incredibly well.
Yeah, and you know, when we looked at the clips of them playing earlier on, like, it was this Lee Sin and Nautilus combo alongside Hashhouse Galio that looked so good. We'll see if that Galio is going to come out alongside it as well. But over to the side of Abel, we get the Zeri locked in. And let's be honest, Zeri, very short range AD carry, fits this style beautifully for them. With a Braum in there as well, so you can just proc those stuns like nothing. It's going to be pretty aggressive from the side of OMG. Pretty short range once again. The Jinx there for us.
And I think that's why I was kind of surprised to see the Zeri wasn't locked in over on the side of LGD. Like, Zeri's such a strong pick at the moment, especially when you look at her ability to play both poke because of the changes to her W, where it can crit and can deal a whole heap of damage, but also just the fact she can play with dive. She's great in team fights because of her speed up. Like, she kind of is a heavy hitter all round, while also being one of the strongest AD carries in the patch. But it looks like LGD wanted to kind of bait this one out, go towards the Jinx, and have Asum, as you say, on that late game scaler.
Exactly, yeah. Building up for the late game, Asum being the one to kind of be the main damage dealer for the team, while the rest of the team is playing like either body blocking or distraction. Feels like there are a couple of options. And honestly, when it comes to talking about that style, I'm really curious if LGD can make that happen consistently. We'll find out today. I won't go too much into the narratives right now as we're in Champ Select, but 3 mid lane bans here. 4 of you include the Silas from the first phase. We'll see what OMG are going to go for next, but we could have a pretty interesting mid lane matchup here. Things like Swain's still available.
Yeah, and I'm also looking at things like maybe a Twisted Fate here for Haichao as well, because you've already got like the Silas Band of Wave, which is a great one. The Galio is a great answer to it. Even things like the Ahri can do relatively well. It feels like maybe they're trying to say, hey, we want to try and go this more global style, especially when you look at the Jinx on the bottom side. You can try and lean in towards that, but instead we might be just getting a bog standard scaling here for LGD. With they're going to go towards this Azir.
Yeah, with the Corki being banned as well, would make sense, but maybe not. We'll have to see. LGD could go for a different solo lane. I would expect the mid lane. Like, usually you want to go for the counter pickup in that top side. Looks like they are going to agree to go for that in the end. Haichao with his first Azir game of the LPL.
Yeah, and it looks like you're just going to answer with the Victor here. So I think for LGD, they've definitely got a ton of scaling options here, and going to be able to fairly easy, it feels like, getting towards that late game portion of the game as well. Like, there's not anyone on OMG where I'm looking going, oh yeah, you're terrifying in the early stages, especially if they lock in this Victor. And okay, yeah, so they're actually going to go towards Sejuani in the top side, but I still think here, like, you don't really have a terrifying early game on OMG side. So I think from LGD, kind of just correctly identifying that with the Corki band away, there's nothing that can really have the hyper scaling. Maybe they go towards the Zoe here and try and play poke for OMG, but yeah, I mean, it's going to be pretty slow early game, looking towards that late game instead.
Mate, slammer Xerath. That's what I say. Xerath annihilates Azir in lane. I'm just saying, come on, creep. No, okay, Victor. Well, not that surprising, really. Victor Azir is a fairly standard matchup, right? You can get a bit of poke damage in, and we'll see where Fearness goes. Fearness has been very much a weak side top laner, right? That has been the story of Fearness so far this split. And something like a Mordekaiser, where he can find that isolated one, can protect himself from dives, certainly will tick that box.
Yeah, and I mean, at the moment, I'm kind of just looking at both these lineups going, we're going to have 0 happening in the early stages, so Fearness should be able to kind of nicely bully Shanji in that top side. I mean, you've just got, like, ping-pong lanes in mid lane, so not going to be too much happening there. You look at the bot side as well. You do have some ability to try and, like, work with Abel in the early stage. You should have push in that lane, but the biggest problem you're seeing is that Code is on the Braum, so you don't really even have a lane there you can really do much for. So I'd be curious to see what Shadow can achieve in this early stage, as I feel like the Lee Sin should have the advantage in the matchup to maybe look for some plays, but it's not looking like it's going to be too hotly a contested early game with all this late game in it.
Well, you say that, Victor. I've seen crazier things before. Sometimes the teams of the LPL don't necessarily respect their own win conditions, don't necessarily respect their own composition. So it's possible that we still get craziness in the early game. But yeah, as you say, a lot of scaling on the board here. I do wonder for OMG, though, if that's going to work out for them. I feel like, the composition from LGD wants to keep them at arm's length. It's like, what we set up earlier was for OMG, what's worked is getting really deep, going as aggressive as possible during these fights. And it's going to be a question of execution, whether or not they can make that happen, whether or not they can get into that backline. But the Sejuani certainly will help with just giving them that hard engage to start those fights off with.
Yeah, and I think that's the biggest gripe that I've had with OMG is that, like, they haven't really shown that they've a decent understanding of how to play side lanes on the map. Their target selection in team fights has been off, and their team fighting in general hasn't been phenomenal. So I think coming into this game against LGD, where we are definitely looking at late game fights, and honestly a bit of an easier to... I think both sides kind of have ease of execution. I'm curious to see how OMG are going to do, especially if Asum, with the range that he has, is just able to play in the back line and keep himself safe.
see if Asum can stay safe, as you say. And because quite often Jin Zhao doesn't feel like, you know, we're talking about Asum and Jin Zhao. It doesn't feel like these guys are like your big 2v2 necessarily in the bottom lane. They're both good players, but it feels like Asum is often left alone while Jin Zhao gets out of that lane. And I wonder if that'll be a similar theme in team fights where Jin Zhao is having to be that hard engaged. Because look at the team from LGD, right? He really is the only engaged tool. That often can mean that Jinx gets left alone at the back of the fight. So potential opportunities for players like Aki to find opportunities onto Asum.
How dare you disrespect High Chez's? He could be a phenomenal engage tool. We don't know. We'll have to wait and see. But I do agree. I think the majority of it is up to Jin Zhao. And I've kind of been a bit hit or miss on teams that like heavily rely on the Nautilus as an engage tool. Because you are only that like single target CC. So yes, you can help make one pick happen. That can be a good way to start off the fight. But say you end up like jumping onto someone like Abel, who's then able to hop away, or Code is able to like jump in front and provide some like disengage. Suddenly you're kind of out in the wind because you don't actually have any more tools to reset up the fight or re-engage the fight in the manner that you'd want. So I'm not the biggest fan of teams who just solely rely on this Nautilus, so I will actually be watching out for Haichao to see if he can kind of provide a secondary engage tool or a secondary setup for LGD. Even Shadow.
Yeah. Speaking of the Nautilus, level 2 hit, Cold hooked on in, low on HP as well. Couple more autos might do the trick. Ignite is ticking. I don't think it's enough. Cold will survive, but a good little 2v2 coming out from the LGD bottom lane. Yeah,
nicely done from Asum and Jin Zhao, and just Cold not respecting the level 2, and especially for Jin Zhao, who used to be an AD carry, trying to transition into that support role. He's starting slowly but surely to get used to his new role. I'm not going to lie, it's taken a while, and I won't say he's one of the best supports in the league, but certainly looking better than he had in years past.
I'd be surprised if he is one of the best supports in the league while he's freshly swapped over and currently 1 and 2 in the LPL. That would be a hell of a statement you'd be making right there, Rob. But yeah, well, I have to see. He has been doing well when it comes to the roaming, though, right? When it comes to getting out of that bottom lane. So perhaps positives can come from that one. Have to wait and see. As Aki moving up to the top side here, wants to go for the Scuttle Crab. We've got a trade of junglers here as Shadow warding into the Tri-Brush at the bottom side, but I think the ward was noticed. He goes back to the Scuttle Crab instead, but Fearness might not be so lucky. Flashes away from the Flail of the North, but the stun lands. The Maw is there. The damage coming in. Everybody even dodges the... Oh! He's fine. I thought he was doomed. I was catching it like he was already dead.
Classic Mordekaiser. This is the problem. Like, even though he's not level 6, it can still be incredibly difficult to take down a Mordekaiser. He's just so beefy with the shield, the ability to kind of like pull you back, and even you can see there when it misses, Fearness is still able to escape. So flash burn for the Ghost on Shanji. TP as well for Fearness to get back into lane, but I wouldn't be surprised to see Aki try and make a quick repeat gank up here within like say 2 minutes time.
Yep, as you say, Summoner's down. It's a perfect opportunity. Shanji doesn't have the Ghost, though, either, so it is a little bit more difficult to find that opportunity to start things off. And one of the weird things about this matchup, too, is as soon as you've used your little charge on Sejuani, well, then Mordekaiser can just place his grab the opposite direction, push you away. So it can be a difficult one to stick onto Mordekaiser. We'll have to see, though, is Aki on the top side... But his camps are spawning is the problem. He's got to go to his wolves next. Probably won't want to go to the top.
Yeah, it definitely feels like Aki's trying to get in towards his top side again. Although, as I say that, he's moving bot because he still had his Krugs on the bottom side that he needs to clear. He can't do it off of this clear as he starts to move down. But it Nerdy looked like he was going, okay, Fearness still has that wave to push out from the top side. Maybe I can get back up there. But just have to be aware that Shadow is also in that top side.
Shadow Krugs right now is Dragon going to spawn on the map. You see the beautiful little T-toes in the bottom left corner. But Dagda, you mentioned that we might have a fairly slow early game, and I feel like we've got the epitome of that in the bottom side, right? Where both AD carries start with the cull. They knew this lane was not going to be a big aggressive one. They knew that this is going to be a chill lane. Shanji dodges the hook. He knows something's up. He knows that this is not a normal level of aggression from a Mordekaiser.
I got a little bit nervous when I saw him go back in because you know how run a flash and that's your escape tool, but we'll just back away. He hasn't reset yet, so happy to just take that quick leave. With the cannon wave as well that has just hit, I'm curious to see if he actually does TP back or just decide to walk back up. But
yeah,
I don't feel like
John
there's
is
going to be a
pretty
huge
quick as
amount
well.
of pressure in the early stage.
Oh, look at this. He's not even going up to the top lane. He's going towards the dragon right now. Just using that priority to find space on the map here. And the rest of OMG going to confidently start this Drake off. I don't think Shanji's going to be needed. I don't think there's going to be any contest here for the side of LGD. Drake down to a K. Aki should be able to just finish this one off easy peasy as you like. Shanji not been spotted just yet, but I don't think OMG will find the fight they're looking for.
Yeah, this is the wave where Shanji would hit level 6, so the fact that he wasn't able to stick around actually will hit it off the mid wave there, but meant that he didn't have that ultimate available, so OMG just going to back away instead. Now, Fearness setting up a nice little slow push for himself means that he should be able to get a nice reset in just before Rift Herald spawns in a minute and a half time, but overall, I like the map movement from Shanji, right? Understanding, hey, look, I didn't actually need to rush back to top side, so I'll just hold on to the TP. I'll try and play around bot side. Shadow trying to get onto Aki.
Yeah, good attempt there, but Aki dodges away from it. He'll be safe. And you know LGD's bottom lane aren't going to overextend on this one. I will say, Shanji sacrificed a good amount of CS. There should be a pretty fat wave for him there. But as you can see, 10 CS down off of the back of that roam. But the thing is, he's on Sejuani. So let's be honest. The CS numbers for Sejuani, really not that impactful. Like, it's all about your cooldowns. It's all about just getting some tank items and getting levels behind you. And you'll still have a huge impact.
Yeah, and the big thing about the Sejuani is just that engage tool, right? I mean, you look across at OMG, having Shanji being able to set up these fights is going to be so crucial. Cole can follow up with things like the Glacial Fissure, but you really are looking at that ultimate from the Sejuani to land to make sure you can actually set up these fights properly. Because if you end up missing that, it becomes a lot easier for like Hai Chao to position where he wants, Asum to play a lot more aggressive in fights, because there's very little other like dive or backline CC tools that you actually have available on OMG side.
Yeah, it can be difficult for OMG if they can't find that engagement with Sejuani, like you say. And a lot of pressure could be on Shanji. I love that we see that roam, though. You know, I love watching Shanji play. He's one of the more interesting top laners in the league. Like, he was bringing Rivershen to the table, or he just stayed in the bot lane Tribrush for the first 5 minutes of the game or something. Like, he was playing a ton of Rumble when he first came into the league. And now still showing that on the Sejuani, yeah, he's playing more meta, but still being creative, you know, still, like, just roaming down to Drake to guarantee that his team gets that. A little bit of a close one there for Abel. Dodges out, though. But love to see that creativity is still there for Shanji. And actually managing to close the CS gap somewhat. But I think there is a bit of a wave of fairness on the mid.
Yeah, I will, with that wave pushing in, though, OMG will move over and start to take this Rift Herald. Shadow on this bot side as well means that they're definitely going to know they're okay. But Shadow, maybe try to see if you can get some sort of insect play off. You even have Hai Chao on the way as well. And this is what we were talking about at the start of the day. Like, LGD trying to function more as a team and make plays together. Unfortunately, not able to find anything here, except for a red buff in lieu of the Rift Herald, but still nice to see that they're attempting to go for these plays.
Yeah, but also, like, even if they get the red buff, they also get pressure on the bottom side, right? Where Asa managed to get a plate for himself, almost getting towards that second plate as well. And crucially, that first plate was solo gold. As Aki now going to try and move up top side. You can see Fearness trying to clear the wave as fast as possible. Oh, he flashed in a straight line! But it won't matter. He's okay. The flail, not quite enough to lock him down. Aki spotted on the ward and will back away. And it means all things considered, mildly positive trade for OMG with that Herald, assuming they get a couple of plates with it. But LGD at least going fairly even across things.
I mean, I'm kind of surprised we're still seeing that much pressure up towards the top side. Like, at this stage, Aki kind of had to re-gank before the level 6 was hit from Fearness. And even the flash back up now as well just means that there's just no real room to try and make plays up there, because Fearness will just ult Shanji. Probably, maybe kill him if he ends up actually getting the play, to be honest. Or else he just runs back towards the turret when he has someone else ulted. So, it's not exactly like you have the easiest time here for OMG to actually make plays on this top side.
Yeah, it feels like one of those ones where, you know, Aki went up, blew the flash, didn't look top lane for a solid 5 minutes, so it's like, oh, Fearness flashes back up, let's get back to the top lane. Then Fearness is flashed again, and now he's back at the bottom side of the map. So, yo, it is what it is, but yeah, not quite optimal play from Aki there one. 40 seconds though, Dagda, until the Drake comes in.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm really glad I just came off the weekend of LEC with that super long pause, to come back to LPL, where we might as well have a super long pause for the amount of action that has been happening in this game. Like OMG have push on bot, they get vision control in river, they'll be able to get the dragon. Like, that's kind of the way this is going. Aki even having the Rift Herald here to try and get push in mid, but it's just like, all right, well, both teams have just kind of hand shook here and gone, yeah. Late game, seeing the late game, yeah, I'm just gonna, spend a bit of time shopping. I'll window shop a little bit, see what I like, see if there's any kind of new leather bags or anything that I want to pick up. But yeah, they're totally fine, just hanging out, chilling.
Yep, they're putting their feet up for now, except for Shanji, who's moving down towards the Drake once again. A TP coming out, in fact, double TP from the solo lanes of LGD. They don't want to let this Drake go without a fight, but they're too late to fight for the Drake. They can maybe fight afterwards. Jin Zhao goes in, Shadow with a kick. Oh, but it's denied by his own teammate, but there's Azir coming on in. Asum pounced on by OMG. It's pure chaos in the early game as Aki gets onto that backline, but Cream's totally alone. But he's doing big old damage. 3v3 now as Fearness charges on forward, but Aki stuck over the wall, ults away. It's a 2-for-2, a support and an AD carry versus AD carry and mid.
Yeah, but you still have Haichao, who should be able to push in mid, so might be able to get some of these plates for himself. So at least LGD will get a little bit back, but overall, OMG, second dragon in their pockets. Some kills going towards Aki and Cream as well, going to be pretty nice. But I'm just going to get the replay here where you can see the dragon has been started up. And, have the TP coming through from Fairness to get down towards this play. But I think at this stage, like, LGD didn't really need to engage. And as you say, the Glacial Fissure denying Abel going through the team, which was a nice play from Shadow. Asum as well, completely left on his lonesome on this backside. Means that OMG have to finish him off. But Kareem gets a very similar treatment as both teams separate. And I think this is where you're starting to see some of the problems with both these teams in their team fighting, is that like the bloodlust takes over and no one kind of goes, oh yeah, we should, hold on to our main damage dealer. But instead, they end up chasing down the opposite sides, carry, and both fall.
The funny thing was as well, like, it looked like Haichao got a really, really good Azir up there, like hitting multiple people, etc. But Asum was kind of alone at the back of the fight, and then Haichao just threw Aki at him. He's like, have a Viego, Asum. I got this one for you. And then Asum obviously just
I hope you like it.
Gets rinsed. Yeah, so bit of a weird one. But hey, 1-0-1. We take those. Haichao, just Asum going to be a little annoyed about the situation. So, 2-2 on the scoreboard. Dagda, you asked for more kills. You gained 4. Can you ask for more kills again? Because I'd like another one of those.
All right. Excuse me, Mr. Shadow, please. Can we make a play here? No.
No.
All right, well,
no is the answer,
screw me, I
apparently.
suppose, eh?
Yeah. Well, we've got a Herald coming up in just over a minute, so perhaps we'll see more action just there. There's big damage onto Asum. This is one of the things about the new Zeri, where the W can crit. He's already got a shield bow finished off for Abel, so we'll start to do a bit of damage if those W's hit.
I do agree with you, though, with the Rift Herald coming up. I want to try and see a little bit more movement from LGD. Like, at the moment, first Rift Herald, no contestation. Now, they lose out on the first dragon as well without much in the way in contesting. Second dragon, they do, but I mean, now with this second Rift Herald up, I think if you just end up giving more of this gold over towards OMG, like, you're just not going to be in a great spot. Even if they can even knock down the mid lane turret, it just makes things so much easier for OMG to, like, start to get vision control in this bot side, making sure that they're able to keep themselves in order for a third dragon, for fourth dragon. So for LGD, I think contesting this Rift Herald is actually going to be pretty key.
Well, you say that. It doesn't look like they're interested right now, and they do have the big scaling, right, in the Azir and the Jinx, so perhaps just deciding that right now it's not worth trying to go for a 5v5, and instead might look towards his bottom side. As you can see, Asum already under the tower, but Jin Zhao and Shadow behind the tower right now. Obviously, no plates on the map, so this would not be tower plates for Asum. It might be able to be a tower going in favor of Asum. The dive going to be decided against with Cold there. Too much Freljord under that tower to go for anything.
I just wanted to point out Haichao's build at the moment as well, because he is working up towards the Demonic Embrace. Actually, I'm going to hold on to that point for a second, as OMG actually going to open up mid instantly with this push.
Yeah, understandable, right? Just getting in the tower low enough for the Herald to finish this one off with a charge, and it just gives you so much space on the map to work with once that mid-tier 1 tower's gone. So you can anticipate OMG start to push their vision line a little deeper.
Alright, I thought, well, maybe hoped that LGD would respond to a little bit there, so that's why I paused, but we weren't lucky enough. But I got back to my point. Hi, Chow, going for the Demonic Embrace. This is something that we see a lot, the Liandry's and the Demonic, and I'm actually not the biggest fan of it. Vagar V2 has a really good video on it, where he talks about, like, the actual damage that you get from this combo with the burn isn't that much, because you're, in theory, you do a lot of damage with the Liandry's burn and also having that Demonic Embrace burn, but it's not a huge amount. And although it will give you some tankiness from like things like Burst because you got the Giant's Belt in and the Demonic Embrace, I don't feel like you need it in this scenario. So I honestly think going towards a more damage-orientated build where you are going for things like the Shadow Flame and Void Staff and these kind of things would actually work out a lot better for Haichao in this scenario.
We'll see where he goes. It's Shadow trying to find a flank behind the Dragon here. OMG group to remember, this will be sole point for OMG if they can get hold of this Dragon. But this time, LGD are on the scene in time for the play. They've been late every other Dragon so far, but now they've managed to check their watches in advance of the alarm. They've woken up before they needed to be at school. But no Dragon started just yet. We're just going to eye each other up. This is like, it's like the scenes in Wild West movies where they're going for a duel, but they're kind of just guns over the holsters for now. Dragon started. Here we go. Engage onto the back line here. Haichao is gone. See you later, buddy. Will be Drake taken by LGD, but I don't know if it's worth it at this point as they lose 2 members and maybe more. Asum getting dived underneath the tower here. Has to cleanse away from the slope. Towers don't do that much on this patch, remember. They got nerfed, and LGD are feeling that double kill for Code. The Killer Braum making it happen.
Yeah, very messy fight from LGD. Haichao hugging that wall a little bit too close, thinking it was safe, but didn't know what was behind it. And OMG, they will lose that Dragon, but they gain so much more in the gold. This is the first time we've actually seen a significant gold lead in this game, and it's 3.5k for OMG.
3.5k for OMG. Good spot to be in, and LGD now, they're kind of looking at the scoreboard. They're realizing they're falling pretty dramatically behind. At least they got that Drake. They bought themselves some time for this scaling comp, but they do have to really rely on this scaling and hope for a miracle. You see Cream moving up here. We're going to go to a replay, so I'm going to assume nothing happens.
Yeah, I mean, look, you got Shanji here hiding over the wall, and Haichao just steps forward. And that's the thing, no vision, no real setup, and Haichao just hiding that bit close, just set up beautifully for it. And with the Azir down and the amount of pressure that was put on over towards the Dragon, it's just a case for LGD of like how little can you lose on this play. And unfortunately, it was quite a lot with 3 members going down. 4 members going down with the Mordekaiser losing his ult.
Haichao uses the Shurima Shuffle to try and get himself out, but I don't think that's happening. He's going to go down as the power of the Braum passive just wrecks him. And now we're starting to see trades across the map here. Rocket comes out to try and clear the way and deny a recall. Shanji can't go back, so it's a tier 1 in the top side. Asum trading it for a tier 1 in the mid lane though, and I think was the tower already
I mean,
down?
OMG just gonna keep going. Like, you need members back to defend your base, OMG. Like, LGD. Like, OMG gonna take 2 towers off this push. And, I mean, I think LGD are going to try and push mid, but Shanji has reset. You got Code there as well, so you can't really answer. So, OMG winning out on the map play.
Yeah, I mean, I get the idea from LGD, right? The Rocket was there. They're like, we'll push mid tier 2. We'll just take 19 towers mid.
And the
then
Rocket
they remember,
nearly did damage.
Well, I don't think the goal was damage, right? But, yeah, like, oh, Code actually predicting the flash there with the Q. That's kind of nice. You know, Haichao did flash literally on top of him, so that helped. But I think even if he'd flashed into the brush, that probably would have hit him. But either way, like I feel like LGD were trying to say, yeah, we'll just race mid. Then suddenly they realized that we are not that far into the game. They have Jinx. They don't have that much damage.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Like, for LGD, you are still waiting on a good amount of scaling. But for OMG, you're in a bit of a better spot. Like, Zeri comes online at the moment, and OMG looking to abuse it.
Yeah. Fairness, failing that abuse. Although, time for a 1v1, baby. Welcome to the death realm. Fairness Just going to get bodied, though, because Shanchi had a lot more HP than he did. 0-0-8 for the top lane of OMG. Having a great game on this Sejuani, and just tanky enough to beat out that Mordekaiser.
And this is what I was just saying, is that, like, you've got Abel, who's in a great spot, able to facilitate that play in the bot side, and Cream kind of showing how much damage he can do in the replay in the bottom right corner as well. Like, this is a composition for OMG that has decent scaling, but also just comes online that little bit sooner. And the fact that they have a 5k gold lead, you've got 2 dragons as well with the next dragon in a minute, it's going to be real difficult for LGD to actually form any sort of response here, because realistically you want a 3rd item on your Azir, you want this Infinity Edge completed for Asum, like you want more items before LGD really come online.
Yeah, exactly. You kind of need more in your arsenal right now, but look, 40 seconds till another Drake. I'm curious if LGD fight this one, honestly. I could imagine a world where they go, look, we've not got 3 items on Jinx, we're only 2 items on the Azir. Maybe we just accept that in 5 minutes, we probably have IG. We probably have IE for Asum. We probably have enough damage on the Azir to go for a 5v5. So maybe just fight once the soul is actually onto the map.
Well, already we're getting the contestation here. LGD try to see if they can use some of that range that they have with the Jinx and the Azir to find some poke, but I mean, you still got to be careful of Abel's damage. Cream as well, going to have a good amount of range if he can land some of these lasers as well, but LGD back it away. Dragon set up by OMG. LGD try to bait the Baron, but I don't know if they can really go towards that.
Yeah, I'm not convinced on that one, especially with this version of Azir. Like, it's not like you got crazy attack speed or anything like that to be able to just burn through a Baron. So just going to be vision cleared by LGD as they accept that they're not going to contest this one. Honestly, though, I agree with the decision not to contest. Like, I don't think that's a fight that they win in any scenario. Like, if they don't have the damage to get through the Sejuani, they're not going to be able to threaten Abel on the back line. Like, that felt like a hopeless fight to me for LGD, so I think just accept that you don't get the Drake is fine.
Yeah, and you can see they tried to trade that for position on Baron, but they don't actually get any of the vision control in River. They didn't get any of the picks on OMG, as well as OMG tried to establish their own vision on this top side. So it definitely feels like for LGD, the trades for Dragon could have been a bit more valuable, but not quite able to do so. And now you look at the amount of wards OMG have gotten in this top side, although Xin Zhao is clearing out a little bit of that as LGD come off the reset.
Yeah, a little bit of it, but still a lot of control here for OMG, and it's difficult for Xin Zhao to actually push any deeper by himself, right? Like, you don't know exactly where everyone is, and you assume that the resets have come on through, but we've all seen those games in LPL where people pretend to reset and then look for picks instead. So wise by Xin Zhao to play it safe until he's got more teammates alongside him. LGD can continue to scale up. And, you know, I was talking about the IE getting closer for Asum. He's actually not gone for the IE yet. Going for that last Whisper. Head towards the Lord Dominic's regard for the crit cloak in inventory as well. But I'm going to hold that thought. As Aki tries to make a play on the bottom side, but Xin Zhao goes in mid lane, gets knocked up by Cold. That's going to be all that happens mid lane.
Alright, here we go. The 1v1 take 2.
Yeah, onto Aki this time, and flashing forwards for it. The rocket is optimistic. It's a little too early, unfortunately, but Fearness does get the kill. 2v1 here, and actually Shanchi's completely out of mana. There's a TP coming in. LGD are actually winning the play. Shanchi trying to escape now, but he's got no HP, he's got no mana, and now he's got no life either. Well, let's be honest, he's a League of Legends pro. That was already the case. But now up towards the Baron, potentially.
The man, the myth, the Mordekaiser, Fearness, fighting the 2v1 and absolutely killing it. And now, as you can see, you've got push on bot side. I think they could have stuck around, honestly, for the Terror, because you still have, like, Zeri in mid. Might have been able to take it a little bit more, but I mean, the fact that Fearness is now having this much control in the side lane, getting some time for LGD to push out waves, get tempo back in the favor, is actually super nice. And we'll see it here. I think great call from Fearness. Like, Aki has a ton of damage, but realistically won't survive the amounts that Fearness can churn out as well. Flashing forward to make sure he lands the ultimate as well. And I mean, Fearness there, just able to knock him down where he stands. And then from this point forward, Shanji's like, well, I'm completely out of mana. I have members of LGD on the way. Like, there is no hope for him in this play.
I will say, the rocket there coming out from the Jinx, that was damn close. Like, I don't think I've ever seen anyone time a Mordekaiser ult like that. Like, you know, you time rockets for Zhonya's and stuff. Aston was trying to time the Mordekaiser ult, and he was like a quarter of a second out.
I will say I've definitely tried to time it. I've never quite timed it well, though. I think that's the difference.
Well, yeah, that's what I mean. I'm not saying nobody's ever tried.
Yeah.
I'm just mean like, I've never seen that pulled off, you know? I've never seen someone pre-fire from Mordekaiser ult in pro play. Aston getting damn close to pulling it off, though. It's sole point, though, remember, for OMG. And the next Drake coming up in 1 minute and 20 seconds. And Dagda, it feels like we're coming to a boiling point in this one. And I think that Drake fight might decide a lot.
Yeah, I feel like for OMG, though, maybe don't try and contest this. I know it is Soul, but you don't really have push in the map. There's a ton of vision control established for LGD in the bot side. I think your best bet is to try and trade it for Baron positioning and see if you can bait LGD into you. Because if you're walking into Braum, Sejuani, even Victor, like, there's so much that you can do there.
Certainly is. But we'll see if they can actually make that scenario occur, right? If they can get themselves into that position. Perhaps we're finished for Asum now. And this is one of the powers of Azir, right? Just being able to infinitely buy yourself priority in that mid lane, thanks to the Azir passive. Damage down on Supreme as well. Zaki tries to move in, but LGD feel like they have control of the situation this time. This is the first time this game, honestly, where it's felt like LGD have control, but an aggressive engage and huge damage coming out from Abel and Cream there with a combination of the laser as well as the Chaos Storm, but that's some big cooldowns used.
Yeah, and that's why LGD kind of scrambling here to see if they can get some poke down, but you do be careful, because as you can see, Abel has a good response there with his own zap alongside the Jinx. So LGD stepping forward.
Oh, Fitness just going to get 2 pulls on the Mordekaiser. Not usually a hard engaged champ, but I guess he is today. Shadow, though, went way too deep. Gets annihilated by himself. Cold finally falls Fitness to the 2v1, but Asum and Haichao, nobody to protect them. Haichao goes for a cheeky little Shurima shuffle, but it ain't going to be enough, and Abel's here to clean the fight up. And OMG get a clear house on this one. An ace coming through, and a soul as well.
I think target selection from LGD come really off in that fight, and it means that OMG are able to find the soul. They should be able to find the Baron potentially as well with where they're moving, but we're watching the replay here. Fearness decides to ult Cole, which I think is a really bad idea, because you're taking a not really a big champion out of the fight here, but you're denying the front line for LGD, especially as Shadow goes forward here. Jin Zhao is not a tank. He's not strong enough to actually, as you can see, deal with Abel. So the rest of OMG are just able to dive forward, win the fight, and by the time Fearness comes out, it's already too little too late. The damage is done. Haichao and Asum are just dead.
Yeah, huge damage. Felt like Shadow didn't factor in the fact that Fearness was going to go into the death realm there. You know, he's like, I'm here with my top laner. And then turns around, he's like, wait, where's my top laner? It just gets killed instead. Bit of a disaster coming out from LGD. And now, you know, they've been behind all game, Dagda. Now they're in struggle city. Like, look at the Dragons going in favor of OMG. Huge gold lead their way as well. And now with a Baron in their pocket too, OMG can just rack things up. What is that damage from the Ultra Shock laser? Abel just annihilated Shadow.
I mean, there's so much damage that this W from Zeri can do now, and OMG with that poke down, now going to be able to push in and get this tier 2 in bot. Like, this game is pretty much done for here for LGD. One of the big advantages that they had was maybe a little bit of range they could have used with Haichao and Asum, but the Soul and the 2 Ocean Dragons basically negate that. You've got OMG as well, who have just hit their 3-4 items here for Abel as well. They're incredibly strong, and there's just very little that OMG can really respond. Or sorry, LGD can really respond.
Is it me? Oh, hang on, Shadow tries to go in, but just gets knocked up and stunned by Cold. Oh, he's got a shield. Can he lift this one? Empress Defied. Shadow dodging the Chaos Storm. Oh my days, some fancy footwork. He will live through it. Haichao dodges the stun as Shanji goes forward. I mean, he's invincible. Nobody can hurt him at this point, so it's a kill onto Jin Zhao. And OMG, with one pick, that should be enough to open this base up in the mid lane. They can move over towards the bottom side if they want to as well. With that Ocean Soul, they can keep this fight going all day long. Cream keeping the distance against Fearness in that death realm. He's not even been hit by Fearness. He's just slowly but surely chipping away at him as the rest of the team in the land of the living and they're making sure that LGD aren't at this rate. The flail comes out to Shadow. High Shao will fall. A stun there onto Shadow as well as he has to ward up onto his own fountain. And that'll be OMG looking good in game one.
Yeah, it was a slow, drawn-out game, but OMG shown they're happy to play in towards the later portion of the game. Better mid-game control, better team fighting, and OMG come out on top.
Really nicely done here by OMG, and a pleasant surprise to see, you know, quiet, confident macro plays. You know, like we saw them training towers effectively. We saw them playing well on the map versus where Shadow was currently. Like, my expectation of OMG is not like smart macro trades, right? It's go for a scrappy comp, find a 5v5, get a lead from that, right? And this did feel like somewhat of a different style. A lot of that was LGD opting out of these fights, but ultimately, OMG managing to find that win for themselves and managing to punish LGD for not being aggressive enough.
Yeah, and I think that's the big one, is like you're kind of looking at the early neutral objectives going so heavily in favor of OMG made it a lot easier for them to kind of stall the game out. Even just the fact that they spiked slightly earlier with their composition, because as we said, like Jinx, Azir both really want 3 items, and possibly even 4 realistically for the Azir with the build that he went for. Whereas when you look across at Zeri, she does very well with the Immortal Shield Bow and a Phantom Dancer. The Victor, when he gets his Leandries and his Void Staff, like these are kind of the 2 big ticket items you need to get the ball rolling for these champions. And you can see there that when we got to 3rd, 4th dragon, where OMG had already collected the initial dragons, it made it so easy for them to find the victories in these fights.
Yeah, absolutely. Tough one for LGD, but for OMG, felt good, right? Coordinated, had a good way of starting fights, a good way to follow up on the rest of it as well. And they had a Zeri that was strong, and man, was that Zeri doing damage. Abel just, like, half-healthing Shadow with a singular laser there. It was absolutely mental to watch, but an impressive performance nonetheless from OMG. The question, though, Dagda, is can they do it twice in a row? Because neither of these teams has been consistent so far this split. We got excited about LGD because they got that win, but ultimately they do only have 1 series win on the board. And this game did not feel like they were playing the same style as what we saw from them. OMG, on the other hand, you know, they've got a win on the board. It was their most recent series, but they've also got 3 losses on the board. Like, we haven't seen any consistency out of either of these teams. So the rest of this series, for me, is like opportunity for OMG to prove that they can be consistent, that they can get back-to-back wins.
Yeah, I will say, I think the draft was a little bit thrown out the window by LGD. Like, the fact you're opting in towards the Lee Sin Nautilus on first rotation on the red side, it's just not 2 very strong picks. Like, I can understand Shadow wanting to get the counter pick against the Viego, but, you know, this Nautilus, not exactly a major factor in this game. Very easily countered with the Braum. And the fact you're giving that up for the likes of the Zeri just isn't worth it at all. As you can see there from the KDA, 6-1 and 8 for Abel, like 82% kill participation. It was so easy for them to play around Abel on this area. And we already talked about it in the opening of the day. Like, Abel is best suited on these short range carries where he's able to move around. He's got a ton of dashes. Like, he's very good at trying to play with that short range. And they kind of just handed him the best pick in that style.
Yeah, felt like he had absolutely everything he could have wanted for the fights, for the game. And basically no one to threaten him either, right? In the middle of all of those fights, LGD are trying to peel back. Nobody's actually, like, getting on him. Nobody's able to stop him. Just take it over. And that means OMG win game number 1. We're going to jump to a break, and we'll see if LGD can get back on that horse.
Brigade on top
Oh
side.
no, Allah. No. Oh, wait, what? No way! Wait, no! This is the most big brain play I've ever seen in my entire life.
Yeah,
Oh my god, they're bringing him too. They know though the ward will spot out Yaga, but they're gonna go for this. This is a dive in the durability patch at 3.5 minutes. They get Aki as the electrocute comes down. Shanji will not go down. The tower shots are huge. Kanavi getting the last one, and they beautifully execute that tower dive. That minion wave is gigantic, and JDG come out 2-0. They just go straight for the engage. Tarzan has to use the Crescent Guard already. He's still caught out, though. They're doing so much damage, and the cast comes through, but it separates them. A killer instinct from Abel! He goes straight in. He's got the GA available as well. He goes down, but OMG, they might have just found the fight. Cold is down, but Allah is in the back line. Does it matter? No, it doesn't. Where were you when OMG got their first series win in Summer Split? They take the fight against LNG, and they are dominating this game.
You pointed out that a little bit before here with Cole. So we're going to be watching out as bottom lane. Botic without his support. Gala flashing forward. Yep.
People are trying to start the conversation of JVG is the best team in the LPL. We see games like this where it just really doesn't work out. Oh god!
Oh, I missed the Void Seeker. Oh, that feels bad, but it will be. Oh, no way! The killer instinct to go through the True Shot Barrage to get the outplay.
Good old days. Do you remember? There's no bringing them back.
Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May you live forever.
Late 80s, early 90s, it came into its prime. Microphone prodigies with complex rhymes, sublime denser beats, deep sampling feats. Pure genius rose steep from the New York streets. Meet at Mars, the building from Milky Way, payday, the tunnel, the red zone, new music cafe. Beat street, fat beats, downstairs rockin' soul in the music factory, stacked 12-inch gold. The innovation was cunning and stunning, nothing was contrived from 86 to 95. New York kept it live, BDP, King PE, Ultra EPMD, Rakim, Stet, Slick Rick, MC Light is Marquis. The Jungle Brothers, De La, A Tribe Called Quest, Brand Nubian, Gangsta, G-Rap, LO, and SP, Rockin' CL, Black Moon, Beatnuts, TITC, Daru, Nas, AZ, Redman, Big L, and Biggie. Good old days. Do you remember? There's no bringing them back.
Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May you live forever. You see, the elements converged into spoken word and hit a divine note that human ears had never heard. It emerged to what the mainstream considered absurd. They laughed at it, now it's generational, they're all addicts. 40 years later, now we reminisce, cause through all the shape shifts, it hurts us deeply that it hasn't been the same since. Large pro walking through that front door to cherish or neglect the black sheep, the choice is yours. Case Solo spelled it out for you. The Fugees kept the score, nice and smooth, made it funky for the junkies abroad. The Outcast elevated it. While Dre let me ride, he kicked me out. I had to start running with the far side. Lost my breath. All I need from Mary and Meth is ice water. Please give my full regards to the chef. Watch son get wrecked, cause all they rickety really want is effects. Gucci link shine, stretching Bobito, 89 Tech 9, y'all. Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. That ever lasts forever.
I just want to tell you it's alright while I'm smiling through the tears in my eyes. Cause when I'm broken, I still want you to be fine. I think we're both just attached to the friction. If you need me, I'll be pacing through my mind, and I can be the one to get you through the night. I lose the battle every time you pick a fight. Too afraid to combat this addiction. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. fix it somehow. You only know how to play it like the victim. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I.
这个版本中单的话，就什么英雄都能玩吧，只要阵容合适。就打后期也可以，想跟队友打前期节奏也可以。像对战 LGD 的话，我觉得他们中单还可以吧，我看他比赛打的，就会多注意一些的。
It is a beautiful day out in both in the Ireland and the UK, and what a day to spend inside looking at this series between OMG. What, is it not nice for you?
It's not a beautiful day.
It's gorgeous out over
hammering
here.
it
All
down
right,
outside.
it's a gorgeous day in
Yeah,
Ireland.
no, it's
So I've
miserable.
been roped into doing this while Joe is happy to just sit inside. But we are going to be looking to see if LGD can bounce back against OMG after losing out in that first game. But first things first, we do have to make sure we check our checklist for our MVP, as Shanji was the one who was able to pick up the MVP in that game.
He certainly was. Excellent little intro there, Dagda. Very impressed. 0-1 at 13. He was completely invincible in the fights. He was the hard engaged tool. And crucially, found that pick during the soul fight. Hid over the wall. I think it was onto Asen, or it was Haichao maybe that they found to start things off. Really nicely done. But crucially, I think the big takeaway for Shanji here is just how creative he was with his play. Like, you know, cheating prior on the top, crashing a big wave in topside, recalling, then just walking to Drake to make sure that his team can find these early advantages. Really great presence of mind.
Honestly, I think a great breakdown as well there, Munch. I think we should swap roles completely for the rest of this series, where I'll do the play-by-play, so I'll do the Ellie man, you do the analysis. But yeah, I think for Shanji... Right, let's do it. So Shanji, I think looked really, really well there, and being able to find that engage, you said, onto Haichao. We talked about how he had to be a big setup for his team because he was kind of their main engage to him, and he landed them all. He landed everything he needed.
Yeah, he certainly did. He pressed his buttons well, got kills. Actually, no, he didn't get any kills. He got a lot of assists, though.
Well, look, Munch, what I want to know is, what would you want to see different from LGD coming in? Because we're going to have our draft coming up very, very shortly. So what do you want to see kind of changed up for LGD in this game?
I want to see proactivity, Dagda. I want to see a composition that can contest in the early game. None of this Azir. Forget the Azir. Get rid. I can't believe we keep seeing these interviews, Dagda, from players going, oh yeah, 12-11, you can play literally anything in the mid lane. And then we get Corki Azir every game. We can play anything, and you're locking in Corki and Azir every game. What is wrong with you guys? So I want to see, like, you mentioned it in the draft last time, TF could have worked here. Maybe a Ryze could have worked here. There were ways for this team to have proactivity through the mid lane. I want to see Haichao, Shadow, and Jin Chao linking up, playing as a 3v3, having a bit of power and a bit of aggression.
Well, we'll have to see if we're going to get that, because as we load on into draft, already we're seeing OMG still trying to target that bottom side of the map. The Draven was the last ban for them on our previous occasion, with the Fiora band and the Kalista band away as well. Whereas when we look across at LGD, there's the Gangplank, Silas, and that Samira taken away from Abel.
Certainly was. I love that Abel gets Samira bans taken away from him. Like, that says everything you need to know about Abel. The Kai'Sa is still available though, so it wouldn't surprise me if OMG looking at Kai'Sa like fairly early on in the draft. But the Wukong made it through, which means Shadow grabs that for himself. Aki will go towards the Viego once again, as Viego just is always the secondary pick to Wukong, it feels like. We'll see where OMG go from there.
Yeah, I think the big thing here is the looking, as you said, at the AD carry position. Maybe even at that mid lane as well with the Ahri up and available. You could always try and take that for Cream, but especially with the Silas ban gone, it feels like the Ahri starts to get a lot more valuable, especially for a team like LGD, where Haichao can try and push in, because Cream likes to respond with the Silas, but it is going to be the Zeri taken away for Abel, so at least Abel going to get his hands again on that big power pick.
say, Dagda, I'm just going to move the conversation on slightly while we wait for these next couple of picks. Like, what is with the Fiora bans? I feel like I've seen so many Fiora bans. Like, it must be a Scrim monster pick, because I've seen a couple of Fiora games, but not that many in the LPL, and it's not been crazy or anything. But there are tons of teams that just ban Fiora every single game, like Fearness. Fearness is not exactly a player that's known for being the best Fiora in the LPL or anything like that, you know, like, it just seems like such a strange prevalence. I want to see it make it through drafts more, so I can actually see what all the hype is about.
Yeah, so I think that, look, we're going to get the quirky long-range poke for LGD, good engage tools. So I'm going to just, like, talk about Fiora for a quick sec. The reason we're seeing Fiora a lot is because of the change to durability. It's actually really hard to bully her out of lane, and she also does a lot better in team fights too. And Grievous Wounds as well was nerfed in this patch. And when so much of Fiora revolves around her getting healing and getting a ton of survivability into her kit, she can do really well in side lanes, but it also means that it's hit her team fight actually quite well, because she's able to survive much easier. And a lot of the compositions that we see her with are super short range, so if she can proc those vitals, which she's more likely to do because she's tankier, well then that actually provides a ton of healing for the rest of the team. So it's not just about the Fiora, it's actually about the utility that ult can bring. But OMG are going to go back towards the cat in the hat for Zeri, making sure that she's going to be very fashionable in this draft. And I think it actually works out super well for them. Yuumi, we've seen a lot in other regions. I think it's something that we'll probably start to see a little bit more in the LPL as well.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I'm curious. There's Gwen being banned away. But the Zeri Yuumi can be scary. Certainly a lot of dive once again from OMG, and you can anticipate that they will continue to build that up. Excuse me. The Sejuani banned away. The Kayle taken off the board as well. So Shanji has to decide what he wants to go for. But they can go for a top lane counter pick here and just lock in a safe mid lane blind.
Yeah, I mean, generally we get the Azir. We usually get the Victor. But maybe, just maybe, Cream doesn't want us to be bored out of our brains again as we wait for the late game fights.
Let's see that.
True, but I do like the Ahri. I think the Ahri can do pretty well. Good push, ability to play around side lanes. And for OMG, they actually have a composition that can spike really well off of these two items. So I'm hoping we'll get a little bit more action again from OMG, because definitely you can kind of see they were more comfortable taking the mid game in their stride rather than LGD, who are hyper focused in the late game and hyper focused again in the late game. This time with both the Corki, the Jinx, Ornn now locked in as well. I mean, I honestly think you go for the Renata here or something along those lines, and just try and get like the disengage set up so you got even more CC if you need to, but also just the ability to keep people alive if Abel's able to find some aggression in towards, or sorry, Cream is able to find some aggression on this area into the back line, even if Aki dives onto someone, like just keeping those targets isolated. But it is instead going to be just even more engage.
I don't know what happened.
Oh!
In LGD scrims.
Oh!
Ooh. Okay. Shyvana top. I'm in. I'm down. I'm keen. Let's see how this goes. I mean, clearly, Shanji, we talk about his creativity. Obviously, that comes from TFT. Like, this guy's a TFT player. He's been smashing the Rage Wings, and now he's bringing it to the Rift.
Yeah, so on 12-10, Shyvana did get, like, slight buffs, where she gets 25 bonus attack range on her Q. So, I mean, it does help out a little bit. And Shyvana, when you think, like, right the way back when we had these, this kind of, like, trifecta of who could actually be good in the Mundo, Trundle, Shyvana, like, style, she did relatively well against people where she just kind of sit there and, like, chomp away at them, because she got a lot of value out of, like, Blade of the Rune King and these kind of things. So, I'm kind of curious to see what the build is going to be from Shanji on this top side. But again, Shanji's always been someone to bring out some of these more unusual playstyles, as we talked about the River Shen earlier on. Like, we'll have to see if we get some funkiness coming out from him.
Yeah, he loves to change things up. I'm curious what kind of Shyvana this is going to be, because like you say, the Q from Shyvana gives you 2 on-hit procs, so things like Blade of the Rune King really good. But also, when you think of Shyvana for like the last 2 years, it's always AP jungle Shyvana, right? Where you just shoot one E and one-shot someone. Could maybe be an option in the top side. Like, there's a lot of AD damage coming out from the Viego and from the Zeri, so could be an AP top Shyvana. I don't know. We'll have to find out. Has time to scale up, though, against the Norm.
I'm just having a quick look here, and there are some people experimenting with top lane Ghosts, which is what we're seeing from Shanji. Frostfire, Gauntlet, Warmog's Shyvana. So,
Okay.
Maybe that's what we're going to see, where she just dives into the back line and then is able to do a ton of AoE slows and damage as well. But we'll have to see exactly what this is going to look like, because as well, her tick damage on her burnout was buffed, but maybe this is just enough to push her back in towards the meta, because there are some pros, especially in LCK, experimenting with it in solo queue, but it's not something that we're seeing consistently from the pick.
Yeah, bit of scrim dark tech coming out from Shanji. I'm excited for it. And hey, if we get tank Shyvana back in the meta, I mean, tank tops are working. Sejuani top, like a week ago, everyone was like, wait, what? Sejuani in the top lane? That's crazy. And now we're all like, oh yeah, Sejuani top, that's meta. So I wouldn't be, I'm not mind blown to see something like this come out too, because when you think historically, like years ago, Shyvana was a tank. Shyvana was like her top lane tank, a jungle tank. So we'll see.
Yeah.
Last time this was played in the LPL was Looper, of all people. 2015. That is insane.
Yeah. I mean, it's a long time since, Looper was talked about in the LPL. Yeah. So fascinating to see that it was him who last played in the top side, and also the fact that how long ago it was. But we'll have to see how Shanji's going to fare in this pick. But at the moment, I don't know if we're going to get a lot of pressure up towards this top side. You are against the Ornn. Maybe you want to try and snowball this Shyvana to a certain extent. Haichao.
Oh, Aki's found Haichao, but Aki flashed aggressively to make that play, so can't match the flash over the wall. Haichao survives, but that's a tough one for the LGD mid laner here, because now Cream with Flash and Ignite available. If he can get a Flash Charm onto the flashless Haichao, that's a killing lane.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised to see that
as well.
Is where Cream is going to put, where Aki's going to put more of his aggression. Even the fact that we're getting the invade on the opposite side from Aki as well, where he's just like, okay, cool, if I can actually split the map, I can try and play up towards the Shyvana, try and make sure that the Abel and Cold should be fine on the spot side. So if I can support mid and top, then that's going to be the most important part.
Aki continuing with this invade. He's already got the Gromp, I believe. We'll grab the blue buff. Maybe we'll look towards Wolves, although that's where it gets dicey, right? Because Shadow will be pathing up towards him here. So Aki will commit to this one. I don't know if Shadow knows where Aki is, whether he's aware of the situation. He's pinging on the way towards the blue buff. Actually, no, it's Fearness.
Look at Fearness
towards the blue buff. I think they smell a rat here.
Yeah, they will spot out Aki there, but the damage has already been done. Haichao's here. Oh, Aki has no flash.
Yeah, exactly. Aki might just be caught here. The stun... Oh, wait, no stun. Shadow just getting a slowdown here. As Fearness flashes forward to get some damage on out. They will punish Aki. And crucially, Shadow getting that kill. So that'll make up for some of the lost CS from the invade.
Yeah, and the fact that you now have Aki put into the dumpster means that it buys some time for Haichao to get this flash back up, but 3 flashes gone now for LGD in this top side. And I'm really curious to see if OMG can try and make something happen up here, because I'm trying to piece together the puzzles of this Shyvana, and it feels like with the tick damage on her W, you should be relatively good to push the wave. Your Q should give you good damage on towards turrets as well, and I mean, you're starting to see it there, right? Like, the ability to just chase down some of these tank top laners, so honestly, I think maybe getting some early pressure towards Shanji in this top side, allowing to look at taking this turret nice and quick, could work out well for OMG, but just going to get the replay here in this top side is, not sure what happened here. Oh. We're just getting
crashing the wave so we can move on over. Yeah, we already talked about this. We saw it on the minimap.
Yeah, that's why I was like,
Aki getting chased down.
Yeah, I thought there was some major thing that had happened at the top side, which is why we were looking at the wave being pushed in. But yeah, that's okay. Nice kill from LGD. Nice response for the jungle invade. And Aki, unfortunately, just sticking around that bit too long and getting punished for it. Now LGD trying to make sure that they can completely ward up their jungle, so there isn't any sort of the enemy jungle, to make sure that they're able to steal as much away from Aki and punish him as he has started up his wolves.
Yeah, Shadow going to grab the Gromp. Aki on a ward right now. Well, he'll be slightly out of vision, but they know where he is. Look at this, waiting in the brush. Jinzhao and Shadow want to find themselves a pick. Aki moves in Zenith Blade. The stun comes down from the Shield of Daybreak. And it's going to be Nightbreak here for Aki as his screen turns grey once more. 0-2, and regretting that earlier invade.
And now you can turn over towards the dragon as well. Shadow going to be totally fine. Abel does have push on bot side. Oh, hang on, Shanji.
Oh my god. Shanji has used the Ghost and just chases Fearless down. The Flash was used in the earlier play in mid lane, and Shanji takes advantage.
And this is what we're saying. Shyvana is super good at chasing people down. A ton of damage off her Q as well. And the fact that she doesn't have to worry too much about mana or anything like that. You can see the early boots of Lucidity means her cooldowns are going to be coming up a lot quicker. But Cream now spots the dragons going down.
More than spotted out. He wanted to go for Shadow, but nearly went a little too far there. Jin Zhao could have easily aggressed onto him. And now Fairness could be in trouble on this top side. Shanji desperately trying to keep his team in this game, right? It feels like the rest of the map is starting to fall behind. The Dragon going the way of LGD with the kills onto Aki. But in the meantime, Shanji putting a lot of pressure onto Fairness, grabbing that solo kill. And with Aki up on the top side currently, he can do what he wants.
Yeah, I mean, you see it here. TP's in. Fairness is low. I'm assuming Fairness uses his dash forward at some stage. Okay, yeah, just dashes away and then tries to aggress onto the wave again. And Shanji's like, I'm having none of that. You have no way of escaping away from this with your Eon cooldown and both the Flash.
I don't know what he expected there. I really don't. Shanji didn't even do anything special. He was just like, oh, you're on 300 HP and walking close to me. Okay, sure, I'll take a kill. Thanks, mate. And one thing to mention as well, I don't know if, Shyvana's not really been meta for quite a long time. In case people don't know, the way Shyvana's W works as well, the big, spinning AoE around her, gives her a ton of movement speed, but every time you auto-attack, it extends the duration of that ability as well. So if he can stay in melee range, he can just stick on you forever.
Yeah, and it means that Shanji got to try and go for that same play again here.
Oh no, Fearless in big old trouble on the top side, or not, as he's actually going to trade pretty evenly, honestly. I'm amazed how well that went to Shadow. Now trying to go for an invade himself. The Flame Chopper's come down. Abel flashes over the wall. Cream's there as well, but Cream getting low on HP. Asim trying to get the damage out, but he just can't return it in time. And now Abel and Cream over the wall, keeping everyone at bay. OMG with a really positive play.
Yeah, LGD are trying to play around this bot side, play away from Shanji, but they just aren't able to get anything to happen. And again, just a nice response from OMG, with Cream getting a kill there and getting that reset off of Abel means that he's able to dash over the wall as well. So nicely done by OMG to just keep the pressure up. And see on the replay here, Shadow caught out by the nice vision, Abel easily able to hop over the wall. Cream has presence in mid lane to start moving down. And this reset coming through into Jin Zhao is the reason Cream's able to escape. Haichao flashing forward to try and finish off Cream, but the reset coming through in the ultimate means he can hop over the wall.
So the Shadow gonna grab himself his blue buff and then start this Herald off. 8:30 on the clock right now.
Oh, he's not level 6
begun
though.
by Shadow. He is not level 6. Aki is, and has ult available.
Yeah, you should be level 6 here as the jungler, but because everything's been so messy, Shadow hasn't hit it. So not having that ultimate is a pretty big deal, but it looks like OMG just not able to reset their bot lane in time, so LGD are able to get this, but this was a bit of a risky call here, I will say, from Shadow.
Yeah, but he gets away with it with the rest of his team there. And, Aki walks over the wall, sees that there's 5 players from LGD on the Herald. He's like, oh my god, not going for that one. Backs away instead, so... Fair enough, there's Cream now in a bit of trouble. No Spirit Rush in the mid lane, no Flash for him either. But no engage from LGD as they immediately turn tail and flee. But the final chapter locks Shadow in place, and he gets finished off by Cold of all people. Cold, I don't know how he's getting so many kills in this series. He got a double on the Brawl, getting a kill on the Yuumi as well. And in the meantime, Abel's just taking plates.
I mean, these top laners are the most active top laners I've ever seen in a game. Fearless roams down, helps to get the kill onto Aki. Shanji roaming down now to get the return kill onto Shadow. And OMG, they're taking over this game. I mean, they're completely decimating the bot side jungle here. They get the kills and plates in mid. Abel's getting stuff on bot side. You've got the plate going on top. Like, every single lane is going well for OMG. And again, LGD opting into this hyper late game scaling, not finding that bridge they need to get to the late game.
Yeah, not for the time being at very least. And we'll see if they can find more from the side of LGD. But honestly, based on last game, I'm not confident that it's going to happen, Dagda. Like, we saw them not really do much in the early game last time around. Like, at least they got a Drake this time. They weren't able to get a Drake last time. They at least punished Aki for being too aggressive. But ultimately, when it comes to these macro trades, it's OMG that's winning out. We have to remember, like, last week, OMG took a game against JDG in their series. They then went on to beat LGD. Not LGD, sorry, LNG. Now up against LGD, actually looking relatively decent. Like, actually looking like a pretty comfortable favorite from this point on.
Yeah, I mean, you've got great opportunities here to just kind of keep the ball rolling here as OMG. Shanji having a great time on this top side. And if he can ever get alone time with this turret, I feel like with the cube giving you that double damage, should be able to take that tower relatively quickly for like the tanks. You have good control in team fights as well, because Cream going to be able to dive on the back line, able to get push in mid. The only thing you have to be worried about is Haichao does have the package available for this dragon, but it's already gone.
Shadow can't get the smite down and goes down for his trouble as well. Haichao and Cream 1v1ing, and Haichao ain't winning, let me tell you that. Abel now chasing down. Ultra Shock Laser on cooldown for now, but Shanji is going to be happy to go for the dive on this one. Asum alone under the tower as Jinzhao falls. Shanji's taking one too many tower shots, but I don't know if that was the fight that he wanted to take, Haichao. Hey, at least he got one kill for himself, but yeah. 1v5, not the play.
Icarus Chow in that one just dives in towards the bot side, but flew too close to the stun. Ends up going down. Does get a kill, but goes down for his troubles. And now OMG getting a lot of time on this bot side with the turret. Means they should get the tower there. Shadow. I don't know if he gets the kill. Oh,
this
that's
is not pretty.
Everfrost.
Shadow is not having a fun time. Yeah, the Everfrost great. Cream gets over the wall, flashes out to safety.
Oh,
the rocket is going to go wide. Okay. Well, that's a bit of a disaster for LGD, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, the series kind of has been so far. They haven't been able to get anything going for themselves at the early point. OMG are just playing around the objectives that little bit better. I will say Shadow did get a Dragon and a Rift out for himself this game, but I mean, just the way OMG have been playing the map has been so much stronger. They see their Shadow tries to go for the steal, but once he goes in, there's no getting back out.
The rest of the team a little too close to the plate than they really needed to be, as Shanji just goes under the tower and finishes that one off easy. The slow is nice, and it does mean Shanji goes down. Haichao, I mean...
Respect the effort, man, but I don't know if that was the best ball.
He traded kill for kill. I don't know. I think he probably got a bounty, because Shanji was 202, right? So maybe he got a bounty. Maybe it was...
I mean, there is a... I wouldn't be surprised, honestly, if he did, but Haichao just able to hop over the wall.
Yeah,
should be fine.
He's fine on that one. Bit aggressive from OMG, but hey, in the meantime, Abel's just having a the tower. This is going to be more plates going the way of OMG. The gold lead is 5,000 right now, which is just mental at 13 minutes. LGD at least will take this tower in the top side, so Asum getting that gold funneled into him, and this is the way that LGD have won their series against TT. The way they won was just funneling plates onto Asum. So you see his Kraken Slayer's already finished, and now he gets the tower for himself. Certainly will help stabilize things for LGD, but they need a lot more stabilization than just that.
That's the thing. You look across at the other side, and the scales aren't exactly stable. Like, the fact you have the Immortal Shield Bow already done with the Zeal as well, and you're looking at mid lane, you've got the Everfrost, even the 8 stacks on that Dark Seal as well. Like, they are looking so good on OMG side. Shanji, I love this, taking the red buff as well, so then he's got even more chase down potential. Like, this is kind of disgusting from OMG. I really like what we're seeing, though. Like, the fact we're getting this much proactivity and kind of a better understanding of how to play the map from OMG looks good.
And not just proactivity, right? Creativity, too. Bringing a Shyvana top to the LPL. And making it look damn good. Making it look like I think other teams should be playing this. This ain't just some random cheese pick. This Shyvana top looks terrifying to deal with, especially if you're trying to blind pick Ornn, which we see all the time. So definitely a pick to keep your eyes out for. Everyone at home is now an engage. Comes out from Jinzhao. He has a stopwatch to keep himself safe for now. There's a charm lands. But it's just on Shadow's going. Shanji doing so much threat in the backline, though. Finn is trying to match it, and he just can't. Oh, Shanji gets a cheeky little bit of fire onto the backline. As the tower 1 HP, somebody hit that tower. Save Shanji's life, guys. OMG taking over this game. They have such a lead, and they know it. Double for Shanji as they look for more. Flashing onto Haichao, but he flashes out to safety.
I mean, OMG are playing with LGD in this one. Even managing to get the nice little stun there. Cream Haichao takes some damage, but Terror down in the mid. 2 towers gone. Rift Tower is up and available. It looks like it's been started up by Shanji as well. You've got Dragon in 40 seconds, so they should get Rift and be able to back before that as well. But this is just super nice play from OMG. Like, LGD went way too deep on this. They thought with the great knockup from Fearless to be able to make stuff happen, but again, Fearless does kill Cold, but Shanji's just there destroying the enemy backline. And Shanji has so much more backline threat than Fearless does on the opposite side.
Did you see Cold in that fight? Did you see what happened? Cold is on Yuumi, right? And Yumi's the first one to die in the fight. That's how you know Cold messed up. So Cold was on Shanji's shoulder, and as Fairness was doing the second proc of the Ornal, Cold jumped off of Shanji's shoulder, was immediately knocked up, so then he can't jump on anyone for like 5 seconds or whatever. And then Fairness just Orn combos him. That couldn't have gone any worse for Cold if he tried.
Hey, look, Cold, he's an Alistar player, he's a Braum player, he's a Nautilus player. He's just not a great cat, you know? Cats don't like Cold.
Yeah.
But
look,
OMG,
I'm not trying to blame him. These things happen. He just made a mistake. Yeah. It's just so funny that, like, in a game that is going so one-sided for OMG, in a fight that was going so one-sided for OMG, Cold's like, this is my opportunity to get off of the Shyvana's shoulders, and just gets wrecked.
I don't think it's going to matter too much for OMG at this stage. Like, second Dragon there. The Rift Held is in Aki's pocket as well. It's like, where do you even need to try and put that pressure? Because you've got 2 towers in the mid lane already. Bot tier 2 is the only one that's standing. And you have Cream in this top side as well, who's going to start shoving in. Even Abel keeping Shadow out of river so they can't try and find any flank onto the Ahri in the top side.
Yeah, looks like both teams kind of grouping up here, though. Both top laners have TP available as well. Baron coming up not for another 2 minutes yet as Jin Zhao flashes over the wall, but Cream is going to follow with an ignite, and Abel finishes the kill. It's a good pick for OMG as they look for more as well. Shadow the next target. Cream looks for the charm. Shadow flashes. And it's another pick for OMG. More control for OMG. They can even rotate up top if they want, and Haichao's looking awfully lonely up there.
I think they're just going to use this Rift Tower to crack open the base instead. You know you've got the numbers advantage now, although Abel is moving down towards the spot side.
Okay, they're just going to dive the Ornn instead. Shanji happy to tank this tower, especially when there's a Yuumi nearby. And Cole has learned from prior mistakes. He's staying on the shoulders this time around. Shadow looking for more in the backline. Gets knockups across the whole team. OMG have they gone too deep on this one. Shanji runs back out from the tower. Herald onto the tower as well, but it won't finish it off. It's actually a 1-for-1 in the end.
Yeah, messy from OMG. They tried to go for the play on bot side, get the kill as well, but instead, LGD get a chance to reset and come out. That's why I was saying maybe they needed to just go for that mid lane tower with the Rift Tower instead, but trying to take that bit too much, and LGD get a good response.
Certainly do. LGD finding themselves at least 1 kill here. Take another look at this. I was amazed that Shanji just goes straight in right at the start, just dives under the tower happily. He's invincible.
It's the package pickup here from Haichao that makes the difference. Like, great charm from Cream and thinks he'll get the Everfrost to set up for the kill on Haichao, but because the invulnerability during the package means that Haichao is able to get away from everything, and just the charge on the Rift Tower means the tower stays healthy for too long for people to just focus tower down and then turn into the fight. So OMG going that bit too deep. But again, you're 4-1-3 on towards Shanji in the top side. 4-0-7 for Abel on this area. The second time he's looked really clean on this area. And OMG still in the driver's seat.
And just look at the items as well for Shanji, right? The Frostfire into a Randuin's. He's got a Bramble Vest as well on top just to be a bit of a nuisance, reducing that healing as well. Whereas Cream, I'm just going to say it, 2-stack Magi is a little unfortunate for him in the mid lane, but it happens. They went too deep on the play, and he's punished by losing his stats. But now to the top side as OMG complete control of the map. Baron now spawning onto the map as well, so OMG, if they really wanted, maybe retreat to that as an objective. LGD going to be able to defend for now, though. Shadow and Jin Zhao trying to threaten off to the side, but I don't think OMG are falling for it for now.
Oh, Jin Zhao gets charmed, though. Might be just enough, but no. They're just going to keep landing this poke. Venus is off on the side, though, and I don't know if OMG are aware. Shyvana kind of realizing in the mid lane that there's no counterpart here, so OMG will back away as Shanji pushes in mid.
Shanji just getting that pressure down in the mid lane. Let's see where OMG are going to go next, because they're still a way away from the Soul. The Drake coming up in a minute. Doesn't feel that important to me. Reset denied by of Cream. Against Cream. With Cream. Delicious Cream. Strawberries and Cream. Wimbledon's coming up soon.
Always have dessert with Cream. But I will say, it makes no difference that the back was cancelled. Like, Cream's still going to reset. Still going to be there before Dragon comes up in 50 seconds. And, like, you're not trying to threaten Baron at any point in time here for LGD. So, it's kind of a nothing thing. I mean, Asim's ult will be back up in time. I think it was more maybe they could try and look for the pick, but it just ain't going to happen.
Yeah, not for the time being. Not for the time being. And, you know, an attempt. There was an attempt made. We'll take that as a positive for LGD. And I have to say, Dagda, I'm just sad because LGD in the last series against TT, they looked so good. They looked like they had their stuff together. They looked like they knew how to play with priority from mid lane, be aggressive. It's not happening, though. And OMG are the ones that are leading the charge this time around. Aki looking for the final shots on Shadow, but one prop away as Shanji just dives over the wall. Shanji is not afraid of the enemy team. Well, maybe he should have been, because he's dead now. And Colt onto his paws. Doesn't get to jump on any shoulders. Fearless hammers him down. And OMG, what have you done?
I cannot believe I just saw that. OMG, that was such a disaster. Creep.
Oh no, they're still going. They're still going for this one as Aki trying to aggress. I don't know about you, Doctor. My feet is struggling right now.
Okay. Mine is all good. Maybe you just need to have a quick reset. But, yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's probably for the best because I don't know if you want to watch this replay anyway because, oh my days. Shanji flying in over the wall with 4 members of LGD already there. No one on OMG to back him up. And the thing was, you're overcommitting to this so hard on OMG. You got the TP that's late to the fight coming in onto that pink board that's just on your screen. You have the fact that Aki couldn't actually get the lineup properly to get the last chapter to work on towards Shadow. Like, there was so many things that had already gone awry. I think you just cut your losses, but instead they give a bit of gold back over into the hands of LGD. The good news for for OMG is that they did stop the Baron from coming through with Cream kind of playing that aggressive style, but you can see not exactly the best, and Code again getting caught out on his lonesome. OMG, you still need to finish out this game. This isn't, you know, just a done deal yet.
Not just yet, not for the time being. And OMG kind of learning that in the last play, right? Like, going so deep, trying to make the play happen, and, you know. Shanji, perhaps a little overzealous. He obviously thought that Cold would be able to jump on his shoulder, like, and would be able to sustain him through that, but there was really no follow from the rest of the team. Nobody could go as deep as Shanji did. So LGD buying themselves a small reprieve. Still 4,000 gold down. The next Drake up in 4 minutes time. That'd be sold for OMG. We saw Aki grabbing that previous Drake just after the replay there. And OMG, you know, at least they bought some space for the scaling, right? We talked about the Jinx, talked about the Corki. A couple of items each at this point. Perhaps there's a small chance that LGD can keep themselves alive in this one.
Well, that's the thing. You've got Haichao, who's starting to get to a point where he's strong. Rapid Fire Cannon nearly complete alongside the Lord Dominic's Regard for Asim just there, actually finishing the Rapid Fire. Like, you actually have the late game scaling coming online for LGD, and because OMG have kind of just been sitting around, not really pushing forward, like, they're not having Shanji push as heavily in side lanes anymore. They're not getting the deep vision that they want to. They're not finding Cream, like, pushing in the side lane, then looking to try and look for picks in the enemy jungle. This is actually starting to get to a point where LGD will hurt if Haichao can complete 1 or 2 more items, but I will say Haichao definitely struggling or lacking a little bit when it comes towards how much gold he has and the items that he has at the moment.
Yeah. Shanji's looked at that last situation and said, wait a second, I took damage there. That's not meant to happen. Picks up a Negatron close. I only had armor before. So, opting into a bit of MR as well. Probably a Force of Nature coming up. Or actually, you could even go for the... I'm kind of disappointed he's not going Spirit Visage, right? That doesn't build out a Negatron cloak, but it would increase the healing that Cold's able to do to it.
Yeah, I think the Force of Nature is just so busted. Like, the fact that you just negate 25% of the damage off rip is absolutely insane. And especially when you're only kind of worried about the poke damage from Haichao or like that kind of stuff. I think the healing is still going to be relatively good and coming through from Cold. And I think the thing is, in a lot of situations, feel like Cold is going to be connected to Aki or to Abel. So I don't think you're actually going to see Shanji with Cold on him a lot. And if OMG are playing
this is a dicey Baron coming out from OMG. They're just going to try and brute force things here. They force the TP out and they back away. Okay, that's good. Good respect out from OMG. They force the TP.
But then they TP.
Yeah, Shanji just TP to the mid lane to protect this tier 1 tower. I don't think OMG are quite understanding the point of forcing the TP out from the enemy top lane.
Yeah, the whole point with that was to like force the TP from Fearless so Shanji can play sides and you can draw people around the map. By Shanji then TPing to the mid lane, you've completely lost all the pressure that you just got. So now OMG going to try and see what they can do here. With Dragon in a minute though, potential soul. Maybe they can get something. I think the ult there from Aslam kind of showing how dark the Baron area is for LGD right now. But OMG going to start moving their attention to the bottom side.
We'll start to look down there as it's a minute until the Drake comes up. And this will be Soul once again for the side of OMG. LGD, they're on a timer, Dagda.
Aren't you just delighted that this is the game that we get after your party weekend?
Oh, yeah.
This is the series it is.
Absolutely. This is actually why I went to Berlin for a weekend. It was so that this cast would be a challenge. I wanted to challenge myself. Grow as a person, you know, it's one of those. OMG grouping up in the river. Dagda, talk to me about win conditions. How does LGD win this fight?
I mean, they need to try and get the poke down with Haichao and with Asum. Use the fact you have the range, but Cream is making sure that they can try and start this off nice and quick.
Oh, big laser across the team here. Shadow's already in the pit. LGD with control right now, and it feels like OMG not really sure how to proceed in this game. It's felt like that for the last couple of minutes now, ever since they dived too deep with Shanji. Another laser. There's a charm going forward onto the front line. In the meantime, the Drake is going down. Fearless is trying to buy time for the rest of his team. He will fall, and the Drake is taken. Now OMG have to try and chase players down. They need to find something more. Cream aggressed upon, though, by Shadow over the wall, and Cream just about survives. Dodges the rocket. Aki can't get onto Asum. Abel trying to chase along with the rest of his team. Shadow going into enemy territory here. Asum flashes over the wall and now being chased down by Aki.
Oh no, Aki!
Aki fluffs the flash. Still got the stun somehow over the wall there. With a red smite, should be able to protect himself. No, he can't. Asum actually gets a kill. It's a complete disaster from Aki. And now Shanji at least answers one. Will back away. I think he could have 2v1 that, to be honest. I think he could have kept going. But he'll back away. Abel, in the meantime, has found Shadow, who, you know, he got to the wrong side of the play.
What is this game, Bunch? What is happening? OMG all over the place in the fight. LGD trying to respond by going for the re-engage when they've got the dragon. They just needed to run. And now OMG, they're going to push in mid. They're going to move over towards the Baron. And I swear to God, if Haichao steals this with a rocket, I'm alt F4ing. I'm out. I'm done.
Yeah, let's see. I haven't seen a Jinx rocket steal in quite some time. Haichao with the big ones as well. As you say, the Corki rocket could come on through. Asum, he launches it from the base instantly. It's flying to the pit, but it's going to be too early. Now the fight ensuing as Shanji's just going to chase Haichao down. What can Haichao do? Look at him. He's getting chopped down. Has to flash. That E almost landed from Shanji as well. But the Baron goes the way of OMG. And you know what, Dagda? It ain't clean. It's a very messy game from OMG. But it's looking like it's enough.
Hey, look, sometimes you just need a big old brawl. And that's what OMG opted in for here. Dragon goes down, but this is where LGD, like, they're out. They don't need to try and go for the re-engage. Cream hops over the wall and Shadow's like, oh, maybe we can try and execute the Ahri, but it ends up drawing LGD into the worst possible spots because now Aslam's out of position. He has nowhere to really hide. Shadow tries to chase on towards the Ahri, but he gets caught out now by Abel. So it all just ends up very, very messy here for LGD, whereas they could have just ran away and used that time that they got from the Dragon to just buy time for the items to come through on their AD, on their mid laner. But instead now OMG have the Baron, they've got the push, and they should be able to keep control over this objective, because with Baron timing out for 2 minutes and the Soul then in 2.5, it means that OMG can keep control of this map and the tempo and look for the actual objective.
They should be able to at least, but they've had control of the full game deck. We've seen them with control, and then they dive to tier 2 2v5. So I'm a little nervous about the control that OMG have, and right now Abel's starting to get flanked, but Aki moves over and protects him from the jungle, so he'll be okay. You can see pressure in all 3 lanes here using this Baron. Shadow wants to try and find an opportunity, but if he moves away from that top side, you know that Fearless will lose that tower to Shanji, who, though Shanji played very respectfully, he knows that Shadow is missing right now. But OMG will be up to pressure. Like we said, all 3 lanes, and it means that they can get the point.
Alright, well, Shanji feeling a little bit of hurt from Fearness here. Shanji is going to back away though, knowing that they haven't spotted Shadow for a little bit of time. So he's pretty happy with how things have gone. Does have the TP back up to come into this if he wants to, but I mean, you've only got 2 waves more that you've really got this Baron buff up and available for. So you see there, TP using the top side to try and get as much pressure down while you still have this Baron buff available for OMG.
Yeah, he was trying to finish the tower. I was wondering how on earth Fearless would have fight against him. Shanji now going on to Fearless once more. The rest of his team is here, so the tower will fall. No more tier 2s remaining, but Super's already starting to push. You can see them just getting towards the halfway mark now. LGD are running out of time to make a defensive play here. And they're running out of towers as well at this rate, as another inhib tower falls. But OMG decide it's time to back away. 20 seconds on that Baron, and that means that they're going to leave it out. 40 seconds until the Drake. They need to get resets out.
Shanji opted in for the Demonic Embrace as well, so he's got a little bit of damage now coming through on the burn, on the E, even the little bit of damage coming through on the W as well. So we have to see if that's going to make a big factor in this fight now, because we know with 30 seconds until this Dragon, both squads going to be setting up again, but LGD control River at the moment with a bit of a late reset coming through from OMG.
So Shanji gonna try and walk forward.
Wait, you don't have High Chow. You don't have High Chow.
Check this one on through, but here comes Abel over the wall and just one-shots LGD. Like you said, High Chow not even in the fight, but I think he's going to be happy about that fact, because he would have just died to a laser as well. OMG slowly but surely cutting through Fearless like a knife through very, very cold butter that's a bit too hard. You can't quite, but you get through in the end.
Why did Jin Zhao engage? High Chow was resetting to get the package, and I mean, High Chow, I respect it. Trying to clear the wave, trying to see if you can hold on to the game, but your team has already kind of lost themselves into the madness that this game has become.
Yep, this is going to be the end of this game, and the end of the series as well. I'm going to be totally honest.
Thankfully.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
OG take a win, but it was not a clean one. And LGD, a disappointing performance after their series against TT.
Yeah, when it looks so good against TT, to see LGD now struggle is a bit sad, but honestly, I don't know what that game was. That game was an absolute mess. Like, OMG, it actually looked really good, and we started to compliment them, say, you know, the early game, it was working for them, you know, getting roams off, Shanji playing towards mid, Cream playing around the map, linking up with Aki, like, it all started to go well. And then the mid game hit, and I have no idea what happened.
Yeah.
Like, the fact that we're all over the place here. Just,
like,
what is going on?
OMG was so far ahead, and it felt like they had no idea how to push that advantage further, you know? Like, the moment when they start Baron, it looks like they're just committing. Then the TP channels, they back away. I'm like, oh, okay, OMG. They figured it out. And then Shanji TP's mid from top Tribe Rush. It's like, the TP advantage that you just got for yourself is now gone. Like, what? Why? Like, what was the point of the entire passage of play? Oh,
Mojo. That's why, Budge. Mojo.
That is not Mojo. That is not Mojo. That's anti-Mojo. That's Ojom is what that is. Pure Ojom.
Yeah, you have matter and dark matter, antimatter, you know, all that kind of stuff. You've got Mojo and you've got your dark Mojo, your anti-Mojo. That's what we've got going on. But I honestly, I don't know what to say. Like, that, I mean, OMG's early game was a positive, and from that point forward, I don't really know what to say, because it's just been such a disaster of a mid game, and none of it, like, you have plenty of ways to try and push the game forward. Here's OMG, where you put Siobhan in the side lane. She can do relatively well. Cream plays sides. Can have a ton of threat, especially if you've got control of the map, where Aki can link up with Cream, look for a play against Hai Chow, who you assume is going to be pushing against Cream, or Cream pushes in on the bottom side of the map and then rotates to mid, so now you got a numbers advantage in mid. And like, there's ways that you can try and play the map in the mid game, but that was not what we saw at all. OMG kind of late on resets, not setting up for objectives well. Their team fighting looks super messy. And the only reason I felt like they really won that game was because Abel was huge, got a massive crit off at the end of that fight, and then just shot themselves on the walls. Like, look, I am either winning this game solo here, or I am losing this game hard. But Hai Chow's in base, Jing Zhao is engaged for some reason. Yep. This is my moment to take this game.
Look, I respect the gusto of the final play. They certainly did press their buttons and go in, but I'm not entirely sure it was the correct decision-making process. Like, the thing is, it was all for Dragon Soul, right? But in the grand scheme of things, I would say losing Dragon Soul is probably slightly better than losing the entire game, for me at least. Maybe that's too subjective. Maybe that's just an opinion. But all I'm saying is, Dragon Soul doesn't do much for you if you're dead. So, at the end of the day, it is going to be OMG taking it. LGD with some questionable decisions being made throughout. But OMG, similarly so. OMG looked really clean in game number 1. Game number 2, without that crazy lead, it felt more difficult to achieve.
It does feel a little bit like LGD are trying to play an old meta, though. Like, you see the Jinx party in both games here where you're giving over this area. Yes, we've got some late game scaling coming through, but I think Jinx is kind of a symbol of a meta past. I don't think she's as strong anymore at the moment. And Asam had a good game the last time against TT, but not working out in either game here. Zeri, absolute monster in both games. You can see nearly 30% of the team's damage. KDA was monstrous for Abel in both games as well. I feel like LGD are kind of going, okay, well, maybe we just go for the entire late game and, you know, scale into infinity, but you need something to get you to that point. And unfortunately on LGD's side, like, you've got Shadow on a Wukong who can do well early, but you can't play around mid, can't play around top. You don't really have the ability to play around bot side as well, because Abel and Cold are so difficult to lock down. So it just is a mess, honestly, from LGD's side. I think the draft left a lot to be desired.
Yeah, that's for sure. That's for sure. But at the end of the day, OMG managing to take it in 2 games. Managing to, you know, game number 1 looked relatively clean. Game number 2, at least, like, I don't think it was just pure, like, not knowing what to do. I feel like Shanji was getting a bit impatient, to be honest. I feel like they thought that they were completely invincible. And when you are Shanji in that situation and nobody's been able to hurt you so far this game, you've had a Yumi on you in the last fight and you were completely invincible, I can sort of understand why they went for the dive up in the top side. But a little overzealous on it. It stalled them out a bit during that game. But generally speaking, positive for OMG, right? When you look at their match history, managing to take a series against LNG, now LGD back-to-back. They took a game off of JDG as well. There are definitely some positives to talk about for OMG, as they're going to move their way up in the standings now and be in 10th place. They're in playoff contention currently.
Which is kind of nuts when you look at, like, the teams that are underneath them, like FPX, BLG, IG, Rare Atom. Like, there are so many teams that we were kind of expecting to be doing well, or at least, you know, pushing themselves in towards playoffs contention again after the last split we had. But yeah, a lot of our teams that we saw in playoffs really struggling, like FPX not being able to get themselves into the right spot. BLG as well, now 1-4, but to give BLG their kind of due, they have played against some of our top teams already, like LNG, Ultra Prime, Top Esports, EDG, anyone's Legend in there as well, one of our top teams. So I mean, it's a difficult road for BLG. We'll have to see how they'll do as the split goes on, but yeah, I mean, I think for OMG, they've definitely had a bit of an easier time. Like, to be fair, actually, to give them their due, they did beat LNG. They just off the back of JDG, Rare Atom. So who knows? Maybe OMG can try and find some of these wins. But with the game that we just saw, I don't see them ever getting into playoff contention.
We'll have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see. Only time will tell, Dagda. And boy, will it tell. Yeah, we'll have to see how these two teams are going to progress.
Absolutely.
Did you call me a narc?
No, I said time because it tells.
Oh. A narc is an actual police, isn't it?
I thought a narc was someone who just like tells the police.
No, a narc is like a person of... So, like, I'm pretty sure you could call, like, a teacher a narc.
Yeah, police
They're,
informer.
like,
Yeah.
Really? I thought
Yeah.
it was the police.
No.
Huh. Well, we learn something new every day. Or I do, anyway. Let's take a look at our MVP off the back of that one. Someone who is absolutely not a narc. Shanji. He didn't inform anyone on his team or the enemy team of what he was going to do next as he dived towers. But he was completely invincible. He was an absolute terror. He got a solo kill at the top lane. Had a great game. Looked really good in the shot.
Yeah, and it's cool to see him again bringing out these like specific picks that are like just his style. Like obviously Rumble, a big pick for him that we see teams often bat away from. We were talking about the River Shen or well maybe just Tribrush Shen. He didn't even explore River that much. And now we're getting to see the Shyvana as well. Like it feels like there's so much depth to this guy's champion pool. And the fact he's bringing it to Shyvana and looking as good as he did means that now you've got another thing you've got to worry about on OMG side.
Yeah, you definitely do. Shanji having a fantastic game on the Shyvana. That's 2 back-to-back MVPs in this series as well. Got MVP in game number 1 as well. So really good to see Shanji looking good, still being creative, still roaming from that top lane to influence the other lanes. Like wins his lane and then takes that advantage and gives it over to his team, you know, spreads that advantage around. So really positive to see from Shanji. And I feel like overall, he can be super happy with this series. He can be very happy with the way that he's been performing recently and hopefully can continue to build up these leads and build up these wins for MG. Dagda, I'm just about out of things to say about this series, but we're still on camera, you know? It's one of those.
There it is. You heard it. Toss the break. Get us out of here. We'll be back with
All right.
JDG versus TT. I got nothing else to say here either.
Yeah, we're going to break. See you guys in a minute.
Evils, ancient and deadly, exist in every corner of the world. They have made themselves comfortable, taking what is not theirs, gorged on the suffering of others. I will face them all and crush them. Lord of the waters, grant me swiftness for this trial. Joy, unceasing and forever. That was fast. Should I have held back? Ha! The epic of Mila does not end here. I slay foes the size of mountains. You were fine, I guess. Ha! Give me 5, demon! Ow! That was way too hard! I will face the great villains of myth and live forever in song. Prepare for death! Ha! Now you know what you're up against. I am Neela of the 7th layer. May you find joy in the world beyond. I hope the heavens are watching. I hope they're nervous.
Na 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 We got time on our hands, gonna have fun, we got no plans. We could party on the beach like we just don't care. We can follow the sun till the night has begun. We'll share it all, that's what friends are for. Na 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 na. There's a rock and roll band playing acoustic in the sand. We are flying, we are free, what a precious moment. We will always be young, we'll be dancing in the sunshine. We'll share it all, that's what friends are for. We'll look back one day and see smiling pictures and faces of you and me.
我们本赛季是加入了小强跟北川，因为是有新鲜血液的注入，再加上他们都很年轻，然后我们的团队现在也更加的活泼，更加的有朝气吧。大家的目标也特别的明确，很想赢。JDG 这支队伍的话，通过最近的比赛也能看得出他们的实力特别的强劲。在面对他们的话，我们肯定也会有一些针对或者是调整，但现在就不方便说吧。
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL as we head towards our second series in our first day of week number 4. We're going to jump into JDG up against TT next, and should be quite an interesting one, Dagda, because ultimately we've got two teams here that have not been consistent. Aside from JDG, who have been consistently inconsistent so far this split. It feels like topping the table right now, looking very, very good in their wins, but dropping a lot of games on the way.
Yeah, and that's the thing, is that the same thing that gets them their leads and makes them so dominant in their wins is the same reason that they're falling behind. Like, they keep trying to go for these picks and, like, outnumber their opponents on the map, using their tempo to their advantage. But the thing is, when they're actually behind, they're not able to do that as well. And you can see where there's moments where they get picked off, trying to over-push in lanes because they've pushed out onto multiple sides. Or even here, they try to go for this pick in the jungle, but you can already see there's 4 members of Ultra Prime here. They're nearly 4,000 gold behind, and Elk bodies them on this play, setting it up really nicely for Ultra Prime to find this lead and actually pick up game 1 or game 2 of the series. So I definitely want to see JDG like take a step back and evaluate if they're able to go for these plays. But like when they're ahead, as you can see here, like this aggression, this ability to very quickly look for picks, everyone very quickly move towards the lane, is the reason they're able to get these leads. But you need tempo advantage to be able to do that, and priority advantage. We just don't oftentimes see it coming through from JDG.
Yeah, it's one of these things where the aggressive plays look exactly the same, regardless of the game state, right? And perhaps they need to be a little more cautious when they're not ahead, but when they are ahead, the team fighting looks fantastic, the skirmishing, and I love watching JDG games, right? Because, like you say, because of the fact that they just will go regardless of whether they're ahead or not, it's so entertaining to watch their early games. Like, they will find reasons to fight, and often we'll find advantages off that. Not always, but often we'll be able to do so. Now, we are very lucky here, Dagda, because for once, we get an opportunity to talk about a mid laner in a positive light that's never had a positive segment about him before. It's about time to tell you guys about how you calculated TT's last series was, because UCal, 2 games in a row, actually had a fantastic series for himself. He had an RE game, a TF game, and both looked fantastic.
Yeah, I don't know what you're thinking when we set up these assets, because these are some of the worst puns we've ever produced on the LPL. But I gotta say, he has been looking stellar in their last series. The fact that he was able to get a ton of these roams off in the early stages really made a big difference for TT, especially being able to play around Puff and Southwind, because Puff and Southwind have been such a main core part of this team, where whenever TT looked good, it was because the bot lane was popping off. But you can see UCal being able to facilitate that in the first clip, getting some nice plays in the mid lane as well. And then even when we saw him being able to play on the Azir, churning out a ton of damage as well, getting good poke off, and then setting up for this late game team fight that TT were starting to play through. So I honestly think there's at least a little bit of a breath of fresh air for TT when UCAL is able to perform and have these opportunities to roam. Give a little bit of early example and early pressure to the bottom lane and making sure that TT can kind of snowball that into the mid game.
And we're going to talk about the bottom lane next as well, because Puff and Southwind have actually been doing pretty well for themselves. They're up against Hope and Missing, and Hope, arguably one of the best AD carries in the league at this point, honestly. I've been so impressed by him this split. These two going head-to-head in lane, I feel like should be a bit of a banger. Hope and Puff both like to be aggressive. Hope, I've been loving his Lucian this split in terms of that aggression. But when you look at the stats as well, feels like two kind of different styles of AD carries.
But 280 carries to get a lot of jungle pressure. You can see there the jungle proximity, 6-4 Hope, second for Puff. A lot of TT's early game focuses around this bottom side. I think it's going to be on Kanavi to make sure that they can lean into that pressure for Hope so they can continue the regular game plan for JDG, which is getting dragons, moving that in towards the mid game. But as you say, both AD carries have been stepping up magnificently. Like Hope has had some great performances, as you can see here with this play against Top Esports that we've shown about 1 million times. But even when you look across at Puff up against WE, managing to win out in the 2v2 really, really well and getting some of these early kills. I'm curious to see who's actually going to be able to come out on top in this bot lane matchup, because it feels like it's going to be a lot of how this early game is defined as we start to roll throughout this series.
I'm getting chased down on this one as TT, again, managing to find really positive plays now. And, you know, TT has been a team that a lot of the time does sort of get mocked a little bit, but I feel like this split, they've actually shown some really good series, like winning out versus WE, managing to get a game against LNG. Like, I'm cautiously optimistic about this squad. And today, you know, they'll have a big challenge ahead of them. Like, they're going to have to show absolutely everything that they've got. They're going to have to show that the stuff against WE, the game that they got against LNG weren't just flukes, because once you fall behind JDG, you don't come back from that. They will dominate you.
And I mean, even the top teams have fallen afoul of that. And that's kind of the big talking point for me for JDG is like how they try to outpace you on the map. And the thing is, if you start to get control over this bottom side, suddenly you've got like the ability for Missing to start roaming. They're getting dragons. Now they're rotating towards Rift Town. Like, they very quickly start to take the game up a notch. And I just don't know if TT are going to be able to do that. I think the best hope here for TT is kind of have UCAL again on these more roam-oriented picks like we saw with the Ahri. I know Ox might lose his mind if the Twisted Fate is picked again for UCAL, but I still think that might be one of the better options here, like trying to find these picks that can actually just help with keeping up with JDG around the map.
We'll see the Fiora once again banned, that we discussed last time around that. Senna going to be taken off the board as well by JDG here. Whereas TT, they're focusing on Yagao. They're trying to make sure that Yagao gets nothing of comfort here with the LeBlanc and Ahri ban. JDG, do they ban away? I mean, I was going to say the Wukong, but I feel like you just pick the Wukong on the blue side.
So I was actually curious if JDG ban either the Zeri or the Wukong, because TT now, I feel like you leave both Zeri and Wukong open, and at least then you get one of them right, but actually going to ban the Wukong away from Kanavi, I can kind of understand, because it's like a very big pick for Kanavi, but it does mean that the Zeri goes over towards Hope, and you're now going to be in a little bit of pressure on that bottom side for Puff and Southwind, because Zeri, as we've seen, incredibly strong at the moment.
Yeah, definitely. We've seen the Ultra Shock lasers just basically one-tapping people over the wall once you've got a few items under your belt. So Hope going to lock that one in. And it feels like this fits Hope's style, right? He's very happy to be aggressive, to get up close and personal. So it feels like Zeri will be well within his wheelhouse. Viego we talked about. Very likely for H1. This is the go-to if Wukong is banned. And we'll see where TT would go with its draft. You can go for supports early, maybe go for an AD carry to match up against the Zeri. But, I mean, there are options to go for solo lanes. So we've seen early solo lanes over the weeks, but will be the Kalista here for Puff?
Yeah, I think it's a good answer, something that can try to punish early. Still have the Renata open as well if you want to try and take that on this next rotation, so you get that incredibly strong bot side of the map. 369 going to go back towards his Gangplank though, and I'm curious if we actually get the Yuumi here for JDG for Missing. Traditionally, we'll see JDG take a jungler in this first rotation, though, just because they don't want Kanavi being put too far behind, because he is such a big part of the early game. But we'll have to see if that is going to be the plan, because could go for the Lee Sin here if he wants to, but it could also go for that support pickup now just to solidify that bot.
I love seeing him play the 369 as well, though. Like, it's just so much fun to watch him play that champion. He's so good at it. It's such a classic for him. Kanavi, similarly, going to go for a classic as well with the Lee Sin. I feel like Gangplank and Lee Sin are both like almost mandatory that you have to be able to play them in LPL. Like, Lee Sin is like the LPL standard, but I feel like every LPL top laner plays Gangplank these days. Over on the TT side, though, it's going to be the Renata Kalista. Very powerful lane to lock in.
Yeah, and will do well in the team fight against JDG. JDG quite short range, so you get a lot of value out of the hostile takeover. Also, I think the fact that you're going to have the Gangplank go to try and slow down the Kalista, like interrupt her attack speed, makes it a little bit more difficult for TT as well. So we'll have to see how they're going to try and deal with that. I think just adding in, excuse me, sorry, again, like some sort of roaming pick here for UCal so we can try and pressure down at the spot side is going to be your best bet, because you have an aggressive bot lane that you want to try and facilitate, but you lose out in the jungle 3v3, so you need that mid laner to make sure you can actually win out here on TT side.
Karma going to be banned away, as well as the Silas. Let's see what TT going to go. What else they want to remove from this area? Like, Yuumi could be a good ban, but no, just going to go for the Alistar, actually. Remove Hard Engage from missing.
Yeah, I think Yuumi would be a great pick here for JDG, but it doesn't exactly scream to me a missing pick, right? As we said, like, missing does like to try and roam around the map, tries to have the ability to work with Kanavi quite a lot. Now, like, I think Yuumi can facilitate that style, and we've seen it coming out from missing before, but I definitely think, like, looking towards these more engage-orientated picks could work out super well, like the Leona, especially with the Nautilus band away. Even something like the Rakan, I think could work super well here.
Go for a Rakan. That'd be certainly an exciting lane to watch. Can be tough against the Renata, though, like with their handshake just denying your entry. Gwen, open and available, and Xiaoshang considering just going for that as the pickup against this Gangplank. Certainly just a very strong pick, and he will be able to go for that one. And now we need to see the support in the mid lane locked in for JDG.
Yeah, I'm curious what Yagao is going to go with. I mean, the Ahri's been his most played, the LeBlanc is next, and then we go down into the Azir. But I feel like having something that can try and play aggressive towards sides is probably going to be your best bet, because I imagine UCal is going to be looking towards something like the Twisted Fate. Ox was also talking recently about like how Ryze has started to slip back in to the meta a little bit with the buffs that he saw, so maybe we get Yagao going towards something like that. But I definitely think you want something that can provide a little bit of engage or setup, and it looks like Yagao just going to go straight towards Lissandra, regardless of the matchup, just to be like, hey look, we want something that can provide that lockdown, and Lissandra's a good option for that.
Yeah, absolutely. You can make plays on the map. Yes, it is a counter to Ahri, but it's also a good pick in of itself, right? Especially alongside that Lee Sin, where you can set up for Lee to kind of be the jungle carry. So the Yuumi we talked about there, the Lissandra in priority and proactivity are the names of the game for JDG, as a Ryze is locked in for UCal to try and match that.
Yeah, we just literally talked about the Ryze and how he's starting to see a little bit more play, and I think that works out really well here for TT. The reason being that you actually, again, get to have that roam potential that we talked about, how the buffs the Ryze actually kind of helped him out quite a bit. Like the cooldown on his Q being reduced from 5 to 6 wasn't a huge one, because his Q gets reset off of like the other abilities in his kit, but the spell flux damage also increasing means he has good amount of push in the lane, and also that AP ratio being increased on that E as well means that he actually has a good amount of opportunity to roam around the map, find good moments where, especially like post 6, we can actually influence them, the bot side of the map, and make sure that TT get the ball rolling.
See if they can get the ball rolling. And once again, it's always going to go back to that conversation with JDG of who can get the ball rolling, because JDG, they go aggressive. JDG are like the epitome of that MLXG copy pasta, right? Where it's like, when we're ahead, we go in. When we're even, we go in. When we're behind, well, we need to go in so we can get ahead again. Like, That's the TLDR version of it, but like JDG just want to go. They just want to fight all the time. And so TT, they'll need to get ahead. They'll need to match JDG in that early game, because I think if JDG do get that ball rolling and start to snowball, it's going to be very difficult for TT to be able to find a way back into this game. Because JDG, while they are aggressive, they're also good at playing the map correctly as well.
Yeah, and I think that's the plan here. Like, if you can actually link up Yagao, Kanavi, start to look for invades, Missing as well, being able to link up with that on the Yuumi, like, that's where I see JDG putting the pressure. The only downside for JDG is they don't have a huge amount of bot lane presence to try and help them. Southwind and Puff should have good control of that lane. So trying to look for dragons and these early object neutrals that we generally see JDG go for might be a struggle. And that is actually where we start to see JDG oftentimes fall behind, because they are trying to push their presence on the map, trying to take as much as they can. But without the support of their team, sometimes JDG can get caught out.
Sometimes they can, but not to start this game. TT going with the level 1 invade on the top side, but won't find an opportunity as 369 was just playing from the river for the time being. So just going to be a standard level 1 in the end, even after that invade happening on the top side. And we'll see where these junglers are going to path as well. Looks like Kanavi going to be starting towards his red buff. We'll get a leash from his bottom lane as well. And a matching start from Beichuan. So we could see the junglers clashing heads in that upper river once the crabs are up.
I feel like a lot of this is going to be the mid lane focus for the junglers. I mean, Yagao, great setup, great lockdown on towards Yukal. Yukal actually in a similar boat because he does have the Rune Prison. So I think we'll get to see a good amount of teams fighting for control of that mid lane. And once you do, both mid laners very good when they have access to the map. So we'll have to see if, which team is going to be able to find that early advantage.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Is Xiaosheng not having fun against early game Gangplank here? 369 just proccing multiple passives and grasping every Q as well. Xiaosheng feeling the wrath of the Gangplank up there burning away. As we'll see how that lane continues to pan out. Interestingly, Kanavi going for the red buff, going for the Raptor straight up towards his top side though.
Yeah, I mean, I'm actually curious to see if Beichuan now just decides to kind of do a bit of a loop-de-loop, because with Hope burning that cleanse off that initial trade, I mean, you have a big advantage now for TT in that bot side. What? Xiaosheng hits level 2, gets a good trade back onto 369, but might actually be caught out.
Might be 369 trying to look juicy here. Hits level 2, goes forward to start the players. Kanavi arrives, will find the slow. Remember, no flash available for Xiaosheng. Running the Ignite TP, and Kanavi with some creative pathing makes a kill happen. Southwind flashes forward onto Missing. That's a Yuumi that can't jump on the shoulders. But the Ren doesn't come out from Puff in time, and Missing will survive.
Yeah, everything blown by JDG in this bot side now, though. Flash for Hope, double sums for Missing. This lane is a sitting duck if Beichuan can get down there. But already JDG are on the board, and you can already see, as you talked about, the pathing coming through from Kanavi, where he opted in towards a quick 3 camp, does his red Raptors into the Gromp, so he's able to hit that top side as soon as possible before that third wave crashes and gets the kill onto Xiaosheng.
He certainly does. 200 gold lead so far for the side of JDG. Take another look at the gang. I mean, an attempt there from Xiaosheng. There's not much more to say, though, other than Kanavi with some really creative pathing here to find an advantage.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Xiaosheng had pushed the wave so deep that the second wave so deep that he didn't really have the wave built up or the safety as to where he's positioned. So Beichuan as well, a little bit slower in the clear towards the top side. He wasn't able to facilitate. So just a nice reactive play from Kanavi to realize, hey, I can actually get this kill on top end.
Now a creative play on the bottom side as Hope is caught out here. Will just get taken down immediately. Missing. Hops onto Kanavi's shoulders. Will be able to be protected there, but JDG's bottom lane just getting caught out.
And exactly what we talked about for JDG. Hope had already burnt all the sums, same with Missing. So with that wave being pushed out, Kanavi was trying to get down there to facilitate them crashing that wave, get their first reset off. But late to the party, Beichuan shows up, and nice play from TT to punish.
Certainly was. TT finding an advantage. Beichuan managing to match, and look at the difference in CS between the junglers as well. Kanavi on 20, Beichuan on 37. And now with an even play on opposite sides of the map for the two junglers, feels like Beichuan actually finding himself a significant advantage in this early game in the jungle matchup.
And that's the thing for Beishuan, trying to farm it out and get towards the later portion of the game as soon as possible is going to be great. But for Kanavi, you need to have that early impact, and he's going to try in the bot side is, again, waving an awful spot for Hope and missing. And Kanavi going to see if he can punish as this wave is being pushed out.
Yeah, Missing and Hope trying to look juicy, trying to bait this one out. But Puff and Southwind aren't going for the bait. They're not going to bite for now. And Kanavi just wasting his time here. Remember, I mentioned how he was on 20 CS against 37. He's now 21 against 45. That lead is only getting bigger for Beishuan.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Kanavi is trying to make his presence known in the early stage, but it does have a cost. And that's what you're saying. Like, level disadvantage here as well. Will pick up the Caulfield's Warhammer and make his way back towards topside. Now, Kanavi falling behind obviously isn't ideal, but it's not the end of the world for JDG. You're still looking at, like, Hope, who's going to be great in the later portion of the game. Yagao, the potential start looking for roams, which honestly looks like he's starting to set up with getting control of Botside River. And you still got the super late game insurance of this Gangplank.
I keep my eyes on UCal as well this game, because we've got two mid laners that can just force priority on roam. You know, we've got Ryze versus Lissandra. This is a matchup that's not about the 1v1. It's about how you can influence the map. And in the last series, we saw UCal finally getting like on top of things, you know, having a really good series for himself, having a couple of games, even got an MVP in that series. So I want to see really positive play from UCal here. And I'd love to see him going towards that bottom lane. Now he's level 6 to try and find that advantage for Buff.
And has the cleanse available as well in case you get Kanavi showing up in the lane, but you do have to still be very careful. That's one of the problems with Lissandra is that, like, do you cleanse the W? Well, if you don't, Kanavi's just going to hop on to this Lissandra, make sure that he's able to get the damage that he needs down. And if you try and cleanse the W, well, then you still have the ult coming through from the Lissandra. It's why it's such a nuisance to try and deal with a lane like this, especially if the jungler's playing around it. But because Beishuan is level 6, he's got a decent advantage for himself. Kanavi actually has to be careful about trying to play around a lot of these lanes now, in case Beishuan shows up and can actually turn around the 2v2 or the 3v3.
See if he can turn around, if he can find his way into those plays. Fairly quite early game though, especially for a JDG game, with not that much fighting aside from just in the lanes from the two junglers trying to find those advantages, but falling short generally speaking means we're in a fairly even situation with the gold just about dead even and one Drake in favor of TT. But the Southwind desperately trying to force this wave in, but Kanavi shows up with a ward in Tribrush. We'll be able to clear that vision away. It means that this wave is in a bit of a compromised position for the bot lane of TT.
UCal though does that push, so now starting to lean down towards that bot side. You've even got Beishuan here as well, so a lot of focus as we talked about on this bottom half of the map, especially when you've got the Gangplank and the Gwen in the top lane. You're not going to be seeing a huge amount of presence there. UCal though will actually get this push in just in time for a Rift Herald to spawn on the top side. Xiaoshang has presence top, so we're just going to move over as TT towards that objective, but maybe look for the base.
Oh, Kanavi, that's not the place you want to be. Ward hops and flashes. Gets himself out to safety, but that was a little too close for comfort. You can actually flash for that play as well as Southwind. So even though they got Kanavi's flash, it's actually a positive trade for JDG, all things considered.
Yeah.
But Herald being
say
started
Realm
now
Warp
by
down as well.
TT. Yeah, that's going to be Beitron. Grabs the Herald at least. So, you know, I said all things considered before, but I hadn't considered all things. Now that all things are considered, it was definitely positive for TT.
Yeah, it definitely is, and I think that's where I want to see if they can start to move this around the map now. You have the Rift Herald, look to use it mid, try and see if you can get that snowball rolling. And from that perspective then, you should be in a relatively okay spot to see if you can then start to crack open the bot side, get presence down towards Puff and Center.
Yeah, we'll see. As the junglers on a different page right now, as they're both on the top side, but Kanavi just going to be resetting here. Shadowing for the time being. Xiaoshang returns to the lane, has a big old wave to push in, and you can expect Beitron to kind of hover around until that next wave is done. But actually, looks like Xiaoshang's going to be able to just push this one in.
Yeah, and this is where, at least for JDG, if you can try and play it slow into that later portion of the game, you should be relatively okay. Again, like, you're going to have decent scaling coming through with Hope. You know, once it's 3 items, the poke is going to be absolutely insane. You've got decent engage with Lissandra. Even having a 369 with this Gangplank should be good. I think TT can match a little bit with the Gwen damage that can come through, and also just how well Southwind scales. But a lot of their damage is like front loaded in towards like the early and mid game with the likes of the Rise and the Kalista as well.
Yeah, definitely feels like they need to be making things happen fairly soon. As Xiaosheng using the needlework, I guess just wanted to shove this wave in and maybe go for a reset, maybe go for a roam on the map. Just obviously doesn't want to be here anymore. I'm kind of surprised to see the ultimate used it that way. He had priority already.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure.
Not that long of a cooldown.
Yeah, so, but look, I think this is the problem that we've kind of seen from TT, is that they have been a little bit inconsistent onto how they want to try and push this game forward. Beishuan on the bot side now starting to move. Yukal doesn't have his Realm Warp yet, but we'll just plonk down this Rift Child and try and get some gold. But, I mean, Kanavi's already here, but can't get behind to hit the eye. Oh, there it goes.
Yes, he can. The Herald goes down. And a bit of a disaster, honestly, for Beishuan and the gang. Herald found early. TT find themselves an advantage, and they can't actually convert it. Now it means gold's still basically even. And what we said about JDG, you know, it's this team that struggle when they fall behind, but amazing when they get ahead. That was TT's opportunity to get them behind in the bottom lane.
And I will say, though, TT have a ton of control on this bot side still. Like, the amount of wards that are in this position. Well, you can see Yagao clearing out one, but there's still one over by Red Buff, one hiding just the back of Try. Like, you have a lot of vision here for TT, especially with this next dragon coming up in 10 seconds. But a little bit of a late reset coming through from TT means they won't be there just as it spawns. But it looks like JDG weren't really interested in looking for the play on bot side anyway. They want to try and go for a play on towards Xiaosheng on the top lane.
Xiaosheng up here alone versus the world. Has no TP, but he has Ignite and Needlework available. Yagao gonna move in, but the W too late from Xiaosheng means he's locked up here, kicked back, and look at all that damage coming down. I'm not even sure he actually got the Shroud off at any point.
Yeah, I mean, it just came through so fast. TT, though, will trade over for the dragon that we talked about on the bottom side. Plate's going the way 369, and also that kill, though, going to help him out spectacularly. Cole about to pop 2. I mean, 369 is about to get a massive influx of gold. That's going to be pretty scary for TT.
Yeah, 369 with that kill in his pocket with a CS advantage, and now opportunity to just get on those tower plates as well. Puff trying to do a similar thing on the bottom side. Yagao's been found in the jungle, has no ult, does have flash available. It doesn't even need it, just has the Claw of Doom to pull himself to safety. The rest of JDG grouping up mid right now is Beitron and Southwind moving forward. Hope is playing with fire on this one. Hand shook back. Gets a bit of lightning out in the final chapter as well. Beitron decides not to go the robe up. I thought he was going to go deep on that one. It would have been dicey. It's just going to be the fight over chickens here. There's not even an objective up there. We're just brawling.
Yeah, and you can kind of see what we were talking about for JDG, though. Like, they try to put themselves in these precarious situations thinking, oh, you know, we've got members coming, we should be all right. But sometimes you just got to respect that, you know, TT might also have people there, and hope feeling the worst for wear after that one. We'll still come down to collect the spot lane wave. Xiaosheng, though, because 369 was called into action on the bottom side, gets some turret plates back. So it is actually a bit of a win for TT in just how much JDG had to invest to try and make that play happen.
Yeah, it feels like they're trying so hard to make it happen. And we ultimately end up at a neutral state in terms of gold, a positive state for TT in terms of the dragons, but a Herald coming up in 40 seconds, Dagda. TT already with the 80 carry in the mid lane here. You see Yukal's in bot lane, but he has a TP available. Yagao gets a handshake, but just pushed away in the end. Could be another Herald for TT if they can make it happen, but JDG are moving over.
Yeah, but you still have Yukal on the bot side with teleport, so TT actually playing off of these summoner spells a lot better, so Yukal should get bot turret here. TT need to back away from this jungle, though, because JDG are just looking to push their advantage while Yukal is still pushing boss.
Kanavi, 369, moving away from the top side. This will be Herald priority for JDG. They are definitely trying to force the issue on this one. As Yukal just pushes the wave in the bottom side. Now level 11, so has the improved Realm Warp. TT now muscling their way into the river. And it feels tense here, Dagdo. It feels like a bit of a stalemate between the two teams, but JDG willing to commit to starting this Herald off.
it feels like JDG aren't sure what they're supposed to be doing. Nobody pushing against Yukal on the bot side because they know he has TP in the Realm Warp, whereas no one on JDG actually has anything to match. So TT playing around that well, but not being able to get mid prio means that Kanavi will get this Rift Herald on the top side. So it's a definite kill on the Terra bot for TT, whereas JDG will have to see if they can be a bit more successful with this Rift Herald than TT were on the last.
Yeah, I'm a little confused by that one, to be honest. It felt like TT were playing it better with, you know, having Yukal in the side lane, and then just that was it. Yukal stopped pushing.
Yeah.
They didn't contest the river. JDG get themselves the Herald. So, it's what it is. Ult's coming down up at the top side. Xiaoshang tries to find the all-in. Yukal using that TP that we talked about to steal a minion away from Xiaoshang, and that's about it.
Yeah, also took the ghost there, but now the play.
Oh, flash onto Hope at the bottom side. The Ren stacking on up, but actually the kick back from Kanavi. And it's an AD carry for AD carry in the end. But with a bonus kill coming through onto Missing, it's a 2-for-1 in favor of TT.
I mean, TT invested the teleport there from Xiaoshang and a huge amount else coming in. So with Missing going down, it kind of helps out there for TT, especially with the control they can now get for Dragon in a minute. But it does mean that for 369, he has pushing top side, should be able to get that top tier 1. But as I say that, he's actually going to back away, and Xiaoshang should be able to defend it with the clearance of the creeps. But we'll see this here. Hope again, just a bit too far forward. The cleanse is nice to try and help out, but not going to be enough. And there's just TT collapsing from all sides. So JDG try to get it as soon as they can, but unfortunately lose 2 in the mix.
Certainly do. And now we have to... I mean, I'm loving this one because of how bloody close this whole thing is. This feels a little messy. Definitely doesn't feel like perfect League of Legends from either team, but TT have got the 2 Drakes, and with another one coming up in 20 seconds with JDG trying to scrap with them, but not actually winning out quite as much as you maybe would have expected in this kind of matchup. TT now, it feels like have a bit of an advantage as they move towards this Drake. Yagao
Yagao's on a ward!
thinks he's hiding, but he's on a ward the whole time. He buys his second with his ulti. With an Everfrost there, Yagao will fall, and that will surely be Drake for TT.
Yeah, it should be Drake, but they have to try and defend their mid here. The Rift Herald play will just get the charge as 369 is pushing in the top side. But, I mean, this is JDG just starting to get caught out consistently, and TT doing a pretty good job of, now getting that third dragon, having a set win condition with this Hextech Dragon, but Gold still incredibly close in this game.
Yeah, Gold is a bit of a struggle for JDG, a team that, like we said, they do really well when they find that lead. They're not managing to find their lead. Now down in Drake's as well. Feels like JDG not quite sure how to move forward with this one. Yagao obviously thought he thought he was invisible. He was not invisible. Stands on the wall and just gets caught out.
This bot side jungle has not belonged to JDG since like 5 minutes, 6 minutes into the game. So I think at this stage, Yagao really needs to make sure that he's sweeping every time he goes into that bot side. And TT punished really well, but now, as you can see, we're starting to get 369 moving around the map. JDG want to make sure they can get this mid tower, and with Gwen pushing top, Rise on his own in the bot side, should just get it.
Phase 1 manages to pull himself away there. Rumwalk comes on through as Yukal joins the fray. Big damage coming out from the Renata ult, actually. Everyone just was grouped up from JDG. It was like a cartoon fight where there's just a cloud of smoke and feet coming out in all directions. Everyone just biffing and bashing each other. But ultimately, it'll just be a bit of a trade here as Xiaoshang manages to get a tier 1 at the top side as well.
Yeah, 2 for 2 in towers, but definitely the mid lane being a little bit more valuable here for JDG, as Hope can always push in mid, then start to teeter down towards the bot side. 369 as well, always having the advantage of the cannon barrage means that you can generally outnumber people in side lanes. So as long as JDG can push in mid, they can actually start to group up towards these sides. But TT now going to start to see if they can get some more of this deep vision that's been working out for them so well, and continue to hold river control and look towards this dragon in 3 minutes time.
3 minutes. That's going to be potentially a deciding moment of this entire game unless JDG can find themselves some control here. But I have to say, Dagda, I'm impressed by TT. I was coming in today saying, they've actually looked pretty decent in recent series. They've shown us that they have positives. But I was kind of like, you know, I was optimistic about maybe their split as a whole. I wasn't anticipating them being 20 minutes into game number 1 against JDG and managing to be dead even in gold and have a 3 Drake advantage. This is not a situation I envisaged.
I will say, with the way JDG have been playing, I'm not overly surprised. We talked about, like, consistent and inconsistent. They tend to have one of these games every time they play. And for TT, I think there's still moments where they could have tried to push this game further. Especially with UCal, we talked about him, like, having the Realm Warp, ability to play around bot side, looking for TPs, which we didn't really get to see. I think that's why we're looking at the game so even. And for JDG, we said already, they have phenomenal late game scaling. So you have to be so careful as TT.
Yeah, TT needs to be cautious. Still a minute and 50 until the Drake, though. So while JDG have control of the bottom side for now, it's just going to buy them this tower. It's not going to actually get the Drake for themselves. TT posturing around the Baron, but I don't think that's doable. Vision is there for JDG as well. As 369 grabs this tower, TT won't be able to answer in the mid lane. Yagao can just clear that wave.
369 is huge. Like, this guy, when he shows up at fights, we haven't really seen him, but those barrels are going to hurt. Collector already completed, and he hasn't even reset. So that's where I think we're going to see a huge amount of firepower coming through from JDG.
Yeah, definitely going to be the case on that one. We'll see if they're going to be able to make it work, though. If they're going to be able to make these fights happen for themselves. Is that firepower going to be enough is the question. 2 items finished off for Puff. And look at UCal, right? Just a split second away from stacking his Archangel. So close, and yet so far. 3 spells away. Dragon coming up in 50 seconds. And I'm just excited. I'm excited to see a 5v5 tag. I'm excited to see a bit of a brawl.
Well, we're going to have to see if we get it, because TT have actually been doing a lot of pinging over towards the Baron. So curious to see if TT are actually willing to fight for this next Dragon, or if they're actually just going to use it to take mid tower, maybe look for pressure on towards the Baron itself. Because for JDG, you don't have a huge amount of people that are great at face checking.
Yeah, it's a bit of a tough one for JDG, isn't it? This is one of the issues of having a Yuumi, right? We regularly talk about this. Like, LPL teams do rely on the hard engaged supports to be able to face check. So having a Yuumi means that your jungler is the one that has to face check instead. But that means if they get caught, Smite is down, you fall behind. Yagao with a 4-man route to start this fight off. Cannon barrage onto everyone. TT being forced back, but still surviving for now. UCal trying to round warp out. Will it be in time? No! Kanavi kicks him. And that's both carries down now. As JDG find an opportunity. We've been waiting all game to see who will find the gold lead. And JDG, they just found it.
And that was where TT could have abused the fact they had the dragons, but instead they get caught out. Now JDG get 2 kills themselves. They will get the dragon, and TT can't really try and contest elsewhere on the map. So JDG, it took a while, but they're starting to see if they can come alive in this game. They'll just catch it on the replay here. Yagao hiding this time on Vision. Great engage. Gets directly on towards the back line. And I love the self-lock up here from Yagao as well, because he didn't know where that bailout was going to go down. So instead, just opts to get the slow on towards everyone, get damage across the board. It means when JDG show up, whoever doesn't have the bailout is the target.
Yeah, exactly, right. Both able to try and get some damage out in return, but just gets caught out in the end, the start and play. And then I love the kick from Kanavi onto UCal, who's trying to realm warp out, just belts him out of the realm warp and finishes the kill as well. So now 2,000 gold lead for JDG. And getting that Drake, but crucially, because TT were able to get those first 3 back-to-back, that's going to happen again for JDG. They're going to have to consistently perform at these Drake fights.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking a little bit more confident at JDG, though. You've got 2 items now for Zeri. Hope going to be working towards that Infinity Edge fairly quickly. As we talked about, Gangplank, huge for 369. Already having the Collector and that Mortal Reminder completed. Now working up towards an Infinity Edge for himself as well. Like, this is where it starts to get real dicey for TT. And unfortunately for Xiaoshang, because he was set behind early, he's really starting to hurt. He hasn't been able to farm side lanes. He's sitting 60 CS behind 369. Not even completed his second item yet. Like, this is where you don't have that, like, late game option for TT up and running yet.
No, could be a tough one for TT when, like you say, not really online just yet. I mean, 25 minutes, just 1 item finish for Xiaoshang. Yeah. That is really, like, that
it's not often that you see a player as far behind as not finishing 2 items at the 25-minute mark. JDG, though, trying to pressure in the mid lane. Spatron moves in. Xiaosheng with a deep TP. He wants to find those items we were just talking about, but he won't find it. He'll find Kanavi's foot in his face, and he's gone. I mean, we said he was behind. I didn't expect him to just get rinsed like that.
Yeah, that Realm Warp really needed to come in to save the rest of the TT as well, but JDG with that fight, they're looking up at the Baron. They're still healthy. They still got a Yuumi. There's no real way that TT can try and contest this. Beishwan was sent packing in that last fight.
Yeah, JDG now onto the Baron. Yukal actually getting Yagao to retreat from the play. Yagao's out of mana right here. Big laser over the wall of Southwind and Beitron. Oh, we actually get a 50-50 this one. Yukal moving in. Threat coming out from TT. Puff going forwards. We're going to 50-50 it. And it's going to be Kanavi in the pit to grab it. Southwind chunked on out as Yukal trying to tank for his team, but he doesn't have the health. And Beitron now trying to escape, but Kanavi's got the zoomies, and he's going to look for a Sonic Wave onto his next target here. Beitron trying to dodge, but won't find it. Sonic Wave comes on in. Kanavi still has kick available, as you say. Can he find it? Just misses the crowd. It could have been beautiful, but it's just a little shy. Xiaosheng, though, found another way to die.
I wasn't expecting that at the end of that. Xiaosheng, yeah, unfortunately, does end up falling. And I was waiting. Kanavi, unfortunately, couldn't quite get the kick. JDG, though, still happy. Baron in their back pockets. They now have control. And remember what we said, as soon as JDG get control, that's where teams get scared, because this team is so good at closing out these games.
Yes, they are. Mid-inhib down now. And it's feeling pretty good for JDG. This has not been the fastest, not the most aggressive game from them, but at the end of the day, they knew that they could play it safe for the first few Drakes. They knew that they didn't have those advantages, but then they find their window and blow this game wide open. I mean, this is just mean. Are we really going to show this one again?
This was ambitious from Xiaosheng, especially with the position that he's in. And as you can see, there's just no real extra help coming through from JDG. JDG don't really have big engage tools. You're kind of looking at like Southwind or creative positioning coming through for Yukal with the Realm Warp to actually set them up. But unfortunately there, Xiaosheng just kind of running into his death as he tries to pincer the enemy team, but ends up being the one that gets slipped.
Yeah, 8-4 on the scoreboard. 40 seconds until that next Drake. Maybe TT can find a miracle here.
Oh my
Because,
God.
you know, they got the 3 Drakes.
Sorry. I'm looking at on the left-hand side of the screen, 5,000 gold difference
Oh
for
my
369. That is absurd.
Yeah, he's relatively strong. Relatively strong. 4 items versus 2. 4 versus 2 in items on the top lane right there. That is just disgusting. Hope now getting damage onto the tower. I was thinking maybe there's a miracle steal available for TT on the soul here, but I don't think they're even going to be able to get near pit. I don't think Beitron is going to be allowed on that side of the map.
I mean, they don't even care. They've got the Baron. Just going to keep pushing. You've got super creeps in the mid lane, and now you've got the wave here, and the siege from JDG is so strong with the poke from Hope and 369.
Oh, jump forward from Southwind here, but it's not going to be all that hot.
369 gave one auto attack to Hope and half his health bar disappeared.
Wait, that was one auto?
Yeah.
Oh
All right,
Yeah.
well, yeah, you got to be careful of 369 on both teams, it turns out.
Wait a second. Look at this composition from TT, actually. With the Renata able to make 369 batter Hope, and then Beitron can get the resets. JDG's advantage is actually TT's advantage. The mind control
It's
plays
genius.
are available. Oh my God, why be ahead when you can let them be ahead?
And then you int from, get them to int, take the win through that. It's genius. It's absolutely genius. But unfortunately, the plan for TT, they forgot about step 2, which is, kill them.
Beitron gets a bailout, but he ain't getting no reset on this one. Pup will go down Southwind soon to follow.
Oh, triple?
The rest of the team get chased down. Oh, you're right. It's a triple as Yukal robots out. I thought that was the quadrant there, but 369 won't be able to find it. Maybe he can find a 4th here. If he can, if it's early enough for the quadra, they could dive the fountain. Oh, it's denied.
You had to stopwatch. You had to ruin the fun.
Yukal run warping as well to deny it. But hey, unofficial Penta. Unofficial Penta going out for 369. What a game he has had on his Gangplank. A 5k gold lead about half an hour ago. Beautifully done.
I need to see what this goal difference at the end of that game was. Because he was like more than 5,000 gold ahead and then got 5 kills. Like, he is going to be so monstrous at the end of that game. But yeah, I mean, look, might as well pop up the graphic now. MVP 369. We talked about him getting a ton of this early gold. I mean, he said he was going to be monstrous. I don't think I quite expected the 9-0 Gangplank to be the eventual score that 369 was going to get, though.
Yeah, you could tell how strong he was by how much he did to Hope after the hostile takeover.
Oh my god.
That was something else. That was something else. But yeah, great game for 369. Great game from JDG. Little disappointing for TT that they had such a good early game. They managed to match everything. That was what we wanted. But then one fight goes awry and the entire game just falls apart.
Yeah. Like, it was just unfortunate for TT. Again, I think they did a reasonably good job of getting these early neutral objectives like the Dragon. We saw them get the Rift Herald, but they just didn't do enough with them once they got them. Like, we saw that initial Rift Herald was a complete dud, where Kanavi was in position to turn around the play on the bot side. We look at the Dragons. Like, the advantage of early Dragons is you get to control then how the other team operates, because the other team has to go and fight at the Dragon. But if you can then, like, play off towards the side lane, play off towards Baron, suddenly you can then have a ton of opportunities to actually figure out a different strategy on the map. But we just never really saw TT use it, and unfortunately they just fell behind after that last Dragon fight.
Yeah, fell behind and then never ever got back on top of that horse. When JDG are ahead, they finish the game out. That's just what they do. If there's one thing you could say about JDG, is when they have that lead, they will move forwards with it. So TT, now with their work cut out in this series as well, they were already an underdog, but now they are 1-0 down. But the positive news for TT is JDG, they're the kind of team that very rarely wins 2-0. They'll usually find a way to lose a game, so there's hope yet for TT.
Yeah, I'm a bit nervous that was the fun game that we get from JDG, because it wasn't exactly confident until the end. The early game was a bit messy. Kanavi, as we kind of highlighted, falling very far behind in the early stages, despite getting the good gank off in the top lane. Hope as well, getting caught out quite a bit in that bottom mid lane. So we'll have to see. But yeah, I feel like that was the game where TT could have taken over, but they just weren't able to. And having the resources to do it, but just not actually committing to it.
Kanavi actually with 100% kill participation as well. I wouldn't have expected that. Kind of impressive game from Kanavi, honestly, after how badly the early game went. Like, how much of an impact he was able to have. And the kick that was so close to being the kick of the week there, when everyone was kind of clustered up, but the target just landed just shy on the south side of the play. Could have been beautiful, but not quite. Either way, very nice game coming out from 369. As you can see, 36% of the team's damage. Not really that surprising after what we saw during those team fights.
I'm actually curious. I've never thought about this before. Does damage percent done count if it's to your allies? Like, if you get Renata ult, does it count?
So, the way that kill credit works is Renata gets the kill if you kill one of your teammates. So
it's just Renata damage?
Yeah, that's my thought, is that Renata's damage probably, I don't know,
off the charts.
We'll have to test it. We'll jump into practice tool in the break. In the meantime, go get yourselves a coffee, guys. We've got another game coming your way. JDG vs TT, game 2, right after this.
光之间穿透这片黑夜才耀眼，战至闪电，点亮世界，心中永远燃着炽烈的火，不熄灭。I don't need fast cars, limousines, hanging in the VIP. It's never really been my style. I don't need palm trees in the breeze, honey. I can guarantee it's something money just can't buy. All it takes is just one touch, just one taste of you. There's nothing I can do, 'cause we got that chemistry. There's just no stopping, it's a chain reaction. Chemistry, there's just no breaking the law of attraction. The mystery of it all, like a riddle that you never meant to solve. The chemistry of love. There's just no indication when the perfect combination is gonna come and change your life. You gotta be patient, 'cause sooner or later the sparks are really gonna fly. All it takes is just one touch, baby, just one taste of you. There's nothing I can do when you got that chemistry. There's just no stopping, it's a chain reaction. Chemistry, there's just no breaking the law of attraction. The mystery of it all, like a riddle that you never meant to solve. The chemistry of love. All it takes is just one touch, baby, just one taste.
일단 이번 버전은 50이 제일 좋은 것 같고 그 이후로는 다 그냥 비슷한 것 같아요. 일단 다음 경기 티랑 하는데 일단 그냥 저희가 원래 하던 것처럼 그냥 대충이 아니라 저희가 원래 하던 것처럼 되게 열심히 하면 이길 수 있지 않을까 싶어요. 딱히 포인트는 그냥 다들 본인 플레이 보여주는 거 그런 것 같아요.
Yeah, I think Kanavi's nailed that there. The key thing being, so long as we take it seriously, we'll win this series. Yeah, that sounds about right, to be quite honest. Good stuff there from Kanavi. I'm much more joined by Dagda as we head towards our second game of our second series of week number 4 here in the LPL. It's TT versus JDG. And game number 1 was all about 369. Finishes the game on 9 kills aptly, since he was rolling nothing but in that game. Grabs himself the MVP, 9-0 and 3. If only he had 6 deaths and it would have been his name backwards.
He has a 7,000 goal difference at the end of that game. That is a team goal difference. That is not a person's goal difference. That is absolutely absurd.
Yeah, that is just mind-blowing, honestly. Absolutely monster performance coming out from 369. And now we get to see some clips of Yagao. Oh, I will say, great setup for this fight. Great start of things. And then 369 happily able to just charge on forward positions.
Yeah, it's a lot easier to aim up your camo and barrage when everyone is locked up thanks to Yagao. But, I mean, we talked about how much damage he was churning out of these fights. The Barrow's doing a lot, the Parlay doing a heap. This is the fight where watch Hope's help bar. So, this is, I believe, where it comes out. We may not get to the end of it, but no, I think it already happened, unfortunately.
It was the previous play.
Yeah.
It was the previous play. Damn. Oh, well, it was close. It was close. Either way, 369, a really great game for himself. So we're going to go into our next game. But while we wait for the picks and bans, Dagda, I'm going to ask you a question, and chat, you guys can participate too.
Oh boy.
Can you name the 2 champions that have never been played in the LPL? There are only 2 champions that have never been played. And I'll tell you the answer after Champ Select once we get into the game. So I'll give you some time to think about that one. Let chat have a think about that one as well. I'll reveal the answers afterwards. In the meantime, while you guys think about that, I can announce that it's going to be the same sides. It'll be JDG on the blue side. Once again, I feel like TT are going to have to figure out that maybe this is an opportunity for them to play the 2 champions that have never been played. Obviously, I just want to clarify, it's obviously not Belveth and...
Damn, that was my answer.
One is
I thought I was going to sneak one in.
It's obviously not the 2 new champions. That would just be a trick question. There are 2 champions that have been available that have never been played across all years of LPL.
God, I have no idea. Like, okay, I'm actually scrolling through champions to be like, yeah, this is hard.
I'm not going to tell you who until after Champ Select, so you got time to think. But one of the answers I found very, very surprising. The other one, I was fairly believable. But yeah. Okay. You'll have to try and figure it out.
I have to try and
figure it out. What's it? Do you know what?
I think Garen is one.
Start talking about the draft.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll tell you now, it's not Garen, and the reason is because of Amazing J. Amazing J, very notorious Garen player up in the top lane, back on IM.
Ivern?
It's not Ivern either. At this point, we're just going to go through every champion. I was expecting Champ Select to begin like immediately there, and it has not. So do you want me to just tell you the answer?
Last one is going to be Rammus, and then I'm going to leave.
It's not Rammus. It's not Rammus. It's not Heimerdinger. People saying Heimerdinger in chat. It's absolutely not Heimerdinger. So the answers, the one that I've seen guessed quite a lot in chat, Teemo, has never been played in LPL, which surprises me. The amount of like shenanigans in the LPL over the years, it amazes me. No one like the Shy has just done a Teemo game or whatever. The other one is very surprising to me. Warwick. Warwick has never been played in the LPL. New Warwick or old Warwick. That blows my mind completely. I cannot believe Warwick never, ever got played. But here's what it is. So now,
we just needed
to our next series.
Oh god, what's his name? The top laner for what was Moscow 5 but Gambit.
You mean Darius? Darian.
Darian, thank you. I was like, Darshan, I was like, no, that's not it. But yeah, we are going to be in Champ Select though. Gangplank instantly taken off the board by TT. Senna, and again that Fiora ban coming through from JDG. We are just on the same side of the rift, but we'll have to see what TT are going to try and prioritize. Again, I think last time they might have been able to leave open both the Wukong. They should have been able to get like something as an answer to the Wukong and the Zeri, but unfortunately they banned the Wukong themselves, which they have done again. So they weren't able to kind of trade back and forth between those two picks. We'll have to see if TT are going to ban the Zeri as well here. And see maybe if they want to try and opt in towards something like the Kalista early for themselves.
Yeah, we'll have to have a look because the Zeri has made it through all 4 games so far today. And it's been doing pretty well on that blue side, it has to be said. The Renata taken off this time, though, maybe to try and deny the Kalista combo.
Wow, the Lee Sin ban. Okay, so maybe they're trying to, with the Lee Sin ban, go, hey, you got to take the Viego here, which then leaves the Zeri to go across. But honestly, I think Zeri's just so strong at the moment. You take the Zeri, you kind of go, cool, we don't really care if you get the Viego. Zeri's going to be the pick.
Yep. Zeri locked in. First pick on blue side. Not surprising in the slightest there. And now to see what TT's priorities are going to be. Whether they want to match in the bottom lane. Apparently the answer is yes straight away. Ezreal going to be locked in for Puff. Baytron goes towards that Viego. Has been the priority jungler when Wukong's not on the table. So Baytron getting comfort there. I would love to see Yukao play something like the Lissandra. I'd love to see that locked in before the next round of bans. Just to set up a nice mid-jungle to try and control the game a bit better.
Yeah, I am just going to point out as well that we have actually started to see Zeri a little bit in the mid lane. So if you really wanted to, JDG, you could actually go for like the Zeri mid and take the Kai'Sa for Hope and have a good matchup bot lane. But I'm just throwing it out there. I don't think we will see it. But yeah, especially with the Ahri locked in, that's completely gone out the window. But so far, I think you take the jungle here for Kanavi, and you have an insane like matchup across the board. Ahri wonderful at the moment. You get a good matchup in towards the Viego, something, maybe even something like the Volibear if you really wanted to. We've seen a little bit in LEC, but we'll have to see what Kanavi wants to actually opt into.
I want to see an Elise. I think Elise would be great. Elise Ari was a classic combo. This has been an answer to Ezreal specifically. We've seen this quite a few times. Karsa played it. I think Kanavi might have been one of the players that played it as well. But it's basically like, oh, Ezreal, you want to play safe at the back of the fight? Well, I press R on you. You ain't going nowhere. I will follow no matter what, and then try and just one-shot him afterwards. So I like the pick from Kanavi. It has been an interesting pocket pick to watch over the split. See what Kanavi can do with it.
Especially when you got the Ari to try and follow up with that, even the long-range poke that is potentially there from Hope. It makes it incredibly difficult for Puff to have that wiggle room. But I'm looking at TT here. I'm seeing the Ezreal, I'm seeing the Lissandra. I'm thinking, hey, where are you actually going to try and roam about to here as UCAL if you get that opportunity? So it feels like for Xiaoshang, he needs to try and play some sort of carry tool here. Otherwise, you end up with, like, falling behind in the bottom side of the map because Ezreal won't have push against the Zeri. Xiaoshang will fall behind on the top side. And that's why you can see JDG are banning away things that can actually do well with that pressure in the top lane, like that Gwen. So then there aren't any big carry performances that Xiaoshang can put in from that position.
Yeah, so I've just double checked on the Vi pick. I made a mistake, actually. It wasn't Carson that played it. It was JJ I was thinking of, who played it for EDG, managed to get a win there. But there have been 4 Vi games so far. Aki with 2 of them, Kanavi with 1 of them, and there's only been that 1 win for JJ. Vi has not actually looked very good in the LPL so far. And Kanavi's played it once and lost with it, so we'll have to see how the Vi pick is going to work out. I thought it had been more of a positive pick than this, but apparently I'm misremembering that one. We'll have to wait and see. Top lane bans galore, though, as the Kale removed as well. Now we'll have to see where TT go next.
I don't like it, the lock-in here at the Sejuani. I know Xiaoshang tends to be more of that, like, tank bruiser style, but I really think you need some carry to try and play around in the early stages. Like, if UCAL is just going to sit there farming up, it's not going to do particularly much for you. And especially when you look at JDG now, looks like they're going to take the Sion for 369, and they've a ton of opportunities to try and play around this bottom side of the map, especially with Yagao getting pushing mid, then being able to lean down. You go for an Alistar or even a Nautilus here for missing. Great engage, great setup. I think Nautilus can work out super well in just having more follow-up point and click CC, but instead they're going to go towards the Yuumi, thinking they have enough dive here where the Yuumi can just help facilitate.
I feel like both teams wanted the Yuumi, right? Like, Yuumi would have worked really nicely with TT's comp as well. It would have worked really nice with JDG's. JDG that wants to grab that. There's going to be a Seraphine answered instead. Down in that bottom lane for Southwind, which not really seen much Seraphine support as of late. Like, we've seen Seraphine bot lane a little bit, but typically like alongside a center or something like that.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the kind of the thing, is that, like, she can do relatively well as an enchanter, but the thing is she's still very susceptible to dive. And it is just a case of, well, if I'm going to take Seraphine, I might take Renata and have a little bit more of the aggressive form of the Seraphine. But I mean, Seraphine can still work well here. I'm just curious to see, like, what happens now for TT. I just don't really feel like you have anywhere you can really try and play around. You should have decent push on that bot side, but I think if you end up in like a 3v3 or even having the Ahri with first roam, you just never really get to try and counteract the plays that JDG are going to try and make.
That'd be the big question. Can JDG be stopped in the early game? Can TT match what JDG are bringing to the table in that early game? So far, in game number 1, they were able to match the early game. Just once it came to the mid game, it all fell apart. The 3 Drakes early on, though, was very positive for TT. Now game 2 for JDG. I would love to see them kind of make a bit of a clearer show of it in the early game. Like, they certainly have the tools available to them. 369 can play that weak side with the Sion up there against the Sejuani. I'd love to see Kanavi getting aggressive. Like, Vi Ahri is such an aggressive mid-jungle 2v2, and you've got that Zeri that you can get snowballing as well, but it does feel like a lot of presence available from UCAL and Beichuan. That's the 2 players that I'm looking at for TT that maybe can make their way onto the map.
I am laughing a little bit how we used to think about 369 on top esports as this, like, super carry that needed a ton of resources and wanted to just be at, like, pushing lanes and super aggro to basically like another version of Bin. And then you look at the champions that he's now been playing. It's like Sion, Gangplank, Sets, Kennins. I mean, we had a lot of Ornn from him last split as well. It just feels like such a different league from 369 since when we joined the LPL even just like 2 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that has been consistent is that Gangplank. If there's one thing 369 has always loved, it's the Gangplank. But yeah, does feel like this is the kind of player now that has grown as a person from when he was on top esports, and it feels like he's really fit in with JDG. Like, to the point that I really didn't expect. Like, when he first came over, I was kind of mocking JDG, saying this is the best trade deal in the history of trade deals maybe ever. And then Zoom collapsed on top esports, has now left that team. Whereas for 369, it's just been up and up, and now JDG looking like one of the better teams in the league. We're talking about players in history and stuff like that, while Kanavi is literally taking chickens right in front of Beitron's face. Interesting jungle start here from Kanavi, starting with a melee invade, basically.
I mean, just a great trade deal for Kanavi, right? He gets an amazing lead from 369. The fact that Xiaoshang wasn't a lane means that 369 doesn't actually miss out on a huge amount in this top lane. He's also a Sion. And Kanavi actually gets to disrupt Beishuan by taking away one of the most valuable camps in the early stages for getting your levels up and rolling.
Yeah, and now he can go for his wolves and then path down towards his bottom side of his jungle to make sure that Beishuan can't answer with an invade himself. So nice smart play coming out from Kanavi. Will be spotted though. Good little ward there from Yukal. Be able to make sure he knows what Kanavi's doing, where he's at, and just to set up for Beitron to be able to play correctly.
I mean, at the moment though, Beishuan now starting to see if he can go for an invade across the way. Kanavi taken relatively low, and you do have push from Yukal in mid, so we'll have to see if Kanavi actually stays safe here.
Yeah, Beitron gonna go for this red buff. He's level 3 versus Kanavi's level 2 here. Kanavi just spots it, flashes away. Now the bottom lanes start to move on over. Can Beitron actually grab this buff is the question. Both junglers with smite available. Kanavi deciding it's not a fight that he wants to go for in the end. Will wrap around and go for his Krugs instead.
I think if Beishuan had been a little bit more patient there, he actually might have been able to kill Kanavi. I don't think Kanavi was expecting Beishuan to be there, especially as you see he had to burn his flash, but not going to be the case anyway.
Hang on.
And now TT will just move back up to the top side to take the rift round.
Yeah, the thing is they can get a Scuttler. Blue buff is up right now. Beitron saw that Kanavi didn't have blue buff. Kanavi's down on Krugs. Beitron, off the back of losing his chickens, is going to get a double buff over Kanavi. Like, I'm kind of mind-boggled on how this has all come to pass. It felt like Kanavi started well with the invade, but apparently not.
The thing is, though, what Beishuan knows, Kanavi knows, because the blue buff for Beishuan's also up, but Kanavi looking bot side.
Yeah, Hope might look for an engage here. Puff trying to move forwards aggressively. Southwind out of mana. Kanavi playing it slow, waiting in the brush. And once again, falling behind in CS while he waits for these plays to happen during the laning phase. Puff going to block the Q there for Southwind, but Southwind getting ignited. Forced to flash. It's going to be 2 summoners burnt on the side of TT.
Beishuan, though, moving back in towards his top side. He's going to get his second round of Krugs. Or, sorry, of Raptors, where you're looking at Kanavi. Hasn't done the blue buff. Hasn't actually been keeping up. So, again, we're seeing Beishuan coming out ahead in these early stages with the jungle pathing that he's opted for.
Yeah, feels like Kanavi having a really rough time of it. Yukal actually trading very well in the mid lane against Yagao as well. Feels like a positive start here for the side of TT. Kanavi decides to go for this blue buff anyway after we just discovered how he doesn't have control anymore. Will get kicked out of the jungle, but will he survive? The answer is no with a flash forward from Beitron. Kanavi, no flash available. And one more auto. The Ruined King himself grabbing that one, and it's just in time for Drake to spawn. How clean is that?
I mean, clean from TT, not so much from Kanavi. Not respecting, as you said, the push on bot, the push in mid, Beishuan moving back down towards the spot side. I think he was expecting Beishuan to have taken his top side camps, reset, and then come back in, which traditionally would be what you'd see from the jungler there, because you don't want to be out on the map for that long. Without having taken your first reset. You can even see Beishuan still hasn't reset. But because of that, Kanavi actually ends up on this bot side that little bit too long. And Puff does try and ward up. So spots Kanavi moving in here, which is probably why Beishuan actually decides. As you can see, he was actually pathing up towards his Krugs. but spots Kanavi on that ward and goes, okay, I actually don't want to fully clear my top side into a reset. I want to make sure I can punish Kanavi, who has no flash.
Yeah, two right. Baytron with a really nice heads-up play here. Kanavi thinking he'd read Baytron, but so far it's been Baytron reading Kanavi in this game. Very nice stuff from the TT jungler, and once again, Kanavi spotted. And this is one thing from TT. I'm actually very impressed by how much the whole team is working as a unit to make sure they've got wards on Kanavi, to make sure they know what Kanavi is doing all game.
But that's the thing, right? We've seen a lot that TT's early game can actually go well. Like, we saw it in the last game, but they weren't quite able to get it across the finish line. We also saw it against, LNG, where they were able to get these early leads, but then it was their mid-game decision-making that really hurt them. So this is where I want to see if they can actually keep this control and keep the ball rolling in their favor.
Getting some damage down in the bottom side. Southwind just getting slowly but surely railed down. And Hope knows that he can take these trades because he's got the zoomies. He'll have the sustain to get back up. So nice trading coming out from Hope and missing that in the bottom side. And Ignite going to be coming up soon. Southwind going to have to be careful. But Kanavi drops a pink ward in Pixel Brush. Yukao clearing the blue side pink ward in the top of the map. Will mean that Baytron can grab the Scuttle Crab for himself. But at least Kanavi trying to find some vision control for himself and try and protect his camps a little bit. It's a 1,000 gold lead though so far for TT.
I think the vision control from TT has also been exceptional here. You've got two reds on the bot side. You've got control top side. TT are looking to go for Rift Herald, which is why JDG were like, okay, let's try and see if we can make a dive happen bot side while that control is going up towards the Rift Herald. But the ward and vision control from TT meaning that they're caught out.
369 could be in trouble here. It takes a pretty heavy trade, but doesn't look like Baytron's interested in moving towards that top side of the map just yet. Even with Herald coming up in 15 seconds, Baytron is actually pathing down right now. I think he knows that this dive might occur. He might know, because Kanavi's literally stood on a ward currently. Baytron wants to move over and wants to make counter play. Yukao moving over as well. Kanavi realizes something's up and will back away in the end. So I think this will all turn to naught.
Yeah, and again, Beishwan, a nice job here to try and cover the plays from Kanavi. And I mean, you can just now actually, push in a bot side and still go for the Rift Herald. Like, you're still super far ahead on Beishwan and even on mid lane at the moment with just the amount of raw CC Yukao can bring to the fight. So they aren't in a rush to take the Rift Herald. They can still get that off of these next few passages of play.
Nicely done here. And a bit of denial from TT. Herald on the map though still. We'll see which team is able to find an opportunity there. Reset coming out from Puff by the looks of things. We'll see if he moves up towards that top side of the map or whether or not he's just going to go back towards that bottom lane. It looks like it's going to be the latter of the options as Yagao just looking to try and sweep any vision away. And I think he's going to be happy with his discovery that TT basically have no vision up on that top side of the map. And perhaps will give Kanavi a window to try and fight for a Herald.
Well, I mean, Kanavi's still sitting like, as you can see, 1,000 gold behind on the left-hand side of your screen, plus the fact that he's only just hit his level 6, whereas Beishwan has hit that level 7. I'm a little bit nervous if JDG are actually trying to go for this, and TT, they're expecting JDG to contest.
Certainly are. JDG with a control ward there. There's no vision actually on the Herald from the side of TT just yet. Beishwan actually channeling a recall. Hope's moved on up though, and that should be enough to dissuade any kind of contention coming out from TT. Yagao needs to be careful though. That's going to be CC. Lay it down. Doesn't even have to use the cleanse though. Actually just takes a bit of damage, but ultimately he's happy with that one, especially if the Herald is taken by his jungler, which it will be. Kanavi grabs that for himself. So all things considered, great stuff here from JDG. Puff will get a play though.
Puff will maybe even get a little bit more, but Ezreal not exactly the quickest terror taker in the West.
Hey.
And the thing is, when you look at the fact that Yukao kept his ultimate there, initially I was like, oh, they didn't layer the CC properly, but I actually think that was a good call from Yukao. As you rightly pointed out, the cleanse still available for Yagao, so instead just getting the ultimate, and now they're looking for the play.
Yagao, the re-gank coming through. I mean, he had cleanse, but just gets destroyed so quickly. No opportunity to use it there. Could have cleansed the Ring of Frost, but then you're going to get hit by the ult anyway, right? So he's trying to save that, but then the ult basically just killed him on the spot. So bit of a tough one for Yagao. With the back-to-back ganks there. Goes down. Another advantage for TT. They have the gold lead right now. And Kanavi with this Herald needs to try and turn that around.
And that's the thing, the early mid jungle from TT has been the stronger one in this game. It has just been the fact that, like, when you get to the mid game, TT don't really know what they're doing. So now you've got TT pushing in onto the Dragon, whereas JDG moving members up to top side. They really want to get some gold back in favor of Hope, but Kanavi has company.
Kanavi could be in trouble here, but has the Q available. We'll be able to actually
Yukal's here.
Towards the Krugs. I don't know if that was the direction you wanted to be queuing on that one. Does have a Yuumi on his shoulder. Just gets locked up. Ice for days. Flashes, but chased down by Xiaosheng. And Kanavi just way too aggressive on the play.
And the thing is, you're not even going to get much elsewhere on the map. I mean, 369 will get a play bot side, but Xiaosheng can TP in to cover this, or even TP into the mid lane that's being pushed in, but Yukal is there. So the fact that you had the TP from Puff to help get to the top side means you've always got the numbers advantage for TT. So JDG, I mean, this is what we're talking about, falling behind in the early stages, but still just trying to push that bit too far forward, not respecting what the enemy can do. And we see it here. Kanavi sees Xiaosheng, sees Southwind, knows that both Puff and Yukal have their TPs, but even Yukal just comes straight in off the reset and is able to lock up Kanavi for days.
I think they must have not realized Yukal was moving. That's the only logical explanation to me, because Hope was cut off, so he couldn't join in, and I don't know, it felt like it was a 3v3 until Yukal was there, and Yukal was the only one where it wasn't like really, he didn't channel a TP. So I don't know, that's the only logic I can draw to even explain that play from Kanavi. Bit of a weird one. But one thing I want to mention quickly, Dagda, is the fact that so far, JDG this split, 0% win rate when behind at 15 minutes. And right now it's a gold lead for TT as we get towards that 15-minute mark. That charge has certainly closed the gap. 600 as 369 actually has to flash. Dodges away from the flail though. Stun comes on in. Kanavi needs to protect his top laner, but won't be able to. And that's a huge chunk of gold going into the pocket of Beitron as well. And now, that gold lead back up to 1,000 again.
Kanavi spotted on his Krugs as well here. Yukal has ult, has the stuns.
Oh no. Kanavi, this is 2 times in a row where he will die for Krugs. Taken down. He's trying to get as many Krugs as he can before he goes, but he will not get enough. Hope in the meantime get some solo time on these tower plates. We'll be sharing them with Missing ultimately, but at the end of the day, still a bit of gold for JDG. At least they get something, but it feels like TT kind of have their number right now.
Oh, we actually just saw what started that on the bottom side for JDG. 369 tried to go for the all-in on Xiaosheng, but Xiaosheng flashing away from the ult until 369 was overextended and gave that opportunity for TT. So Xiaosheng kind of baiting in 369 a little bit, but as you say now, TT, they're the ones that control the map. 2 minutes until their potential third dragon. Rift Tower will be up in about 2 minutes time as well. So you've always got the option TT to try and lean into that as on the same vein, but I'm really curious now as to what TT are going to do, because turret plates have just dropped. They haven't actually managed to get any of these towers down. That seems like the next big objective for this team, is trying to get this map open and in their favor.
Yeah, can they run away with things now is the big question. Now, unfortunately for them, JDG have taken the tower, because if not, right now, Doctor, they would be on track for a perfect game, because there's 5 kills to 0, there's 2 Drakes to 0. Everything going pretty well for TT, although we do have to remember Kanavi did get the first Herald as well, so wouldn't ever be a perfect game, but even still, a great game for TT. And a team that we came into the series saying, look, this is a team with some positives to talk about. This is a team that have managed to make things happen recently, but now trying to defend this top tier 1 as JDG look for a dive here. They're going in, they're making a play. Final chapter comes across, gets the lockup onto Southwind. Everfrost is there, but he has a stopwatch to buy himself some space. Will actually get away with his life, but now Hope using the cleanse, keeping himself safe Puff. As Puff now arrives on the play. Yukal doesn't follow the Claw of Doom though. Will just be the tower taken for JDG.
Okay, nicely done for JDG, but Xiaosheng now going to find 369, but in the 1v1, I'm actually not sure Xiaosheng wins this fully.
Also, what is with the vision control from Xiaosheng to control what's this bottom side? You'd expect that was the red side jungle, honestly, with that kind of vision dominance. 30 seconds on the Drake because we just have a wet noodle fight between the tanks. What looked like an assassination attempt, but 369, he was wearing a bulletproof vest.
I don't even know if it's a bulletproof vest. It felt like it was more like Nerf darts that were being shot, you know? There's no real damage on either side, but yeah, JDG at least get tower for themselves. I mean, they're keeping the gold lead relatively close, and this is kind of what we're talking about for TT. What really needs to happen there was more of a case of, hey, Xiaoshang push in boss, rotate towards mid, we look for the dive on mid tower. Use the fact that Xiaoshang is nice and tanky, but instead JDG get the tower on top side without much of a response from TT. TT though, getting Dragon, will lose Rift Herald, so again we're getting a lot of trades back and forth.
We certainly are, but still feels positive for TT in basically all of these trades. You know, the Herald is nice and that'll help crack down that mid-tier 1 in favor of JDG, and maybe buying that space will help JDG get onto the map. But honestly, right now, feels like all of the advantages go in the way of TT. I like the comp. I like the way that their team fights are going to work out. They've got an Ezreal that's just scaling up throughout things. Feel like a lot of this is going to be on Hope and 369. They feel like players that can have an impact, but he flashes onto the stun. Tries to get over the wall, but there's just too much ice. The problem is, Ice Champions don't do any damage, so he's still full HP after all of that. And now Xiaoshang getting chased down as well by Kanavi. Kanavi no longer with 0% kill participation. The whole of JDG no longer with 0, as they finally get an opportunity to be aggressive themselves. They'll go for a mid-tier 1. They didn't even need the Herald for it.
Yeah, no damage to follow up on Xiaoshang's engage, and it was a great engage, but they just couldn't lock up Hope long enough before he's able to hop over the wall. We'll see it here. You get a fantastic engage from Xiaoshang. Just Hope flashing into it as well. Sheer panic, but there's no follow-up in time. Puff can't get into a position to get there. Southwind and Yukal both out of the spot as well. So you get over the wall for Hope. The healing comes through from the Yuumi. And with everyone on JDG collapsing, JDG finally managed to get some kills in their favor.
Now this Lissandra and Sejuani combo is pretty disgusting, honestly, with the amount of CC that they throw out. But with Yagao and Hope both running cleanse and then a Yuumi to deny a lot of the burst damage, doesn't actually feel that effective. The fact that Hope survives that with everything pretty much hitting him as well is kind of mental to think about, and a little bit scary for TT moving forwards in the game.
Yeah, and you can see that Yukal's even opted in towards the Liandry's Anguish instead of the Everfrost we usually get. So it just means you don't even have like more of that lockdown. I think that's fair from Yukal with, as you say, the amount of CC between Southwind, Xiaoshang, and Yukal himself. But it does mean that, like, in those scenarios where maybe you just need a little bit more time to finish people off, you don't quite get it. JDG now, with that play though, got the control of the map that they needed. They got the mid turret, and now they can actually start to push these waves in, get control of the jungle on either side. And again, we see TT fumbling that bit in the mid game.
Yeah, bit of a disaster for them. I will say JDG in uncharted territory though. Remember, 0% win rate when they're behind the 15-minute mark so far this split. If they manage to win this game, they will reverse that statistic. They will find themselves a win while behind in 15 minutes, which would be kind of a big moment for them, honestly, because the way that I read this team right now is that if they're ahead, they win. If they're behind, they struggle. Xiaoshang, though, caught in the bottom side here. Kanavi going to follow up on this one as well. Xiaoshang is pretty tanky, but with the amount of CC coming on through, it doesn't seem to matter. 369 happy to just tank tower all day long. Hope with a kill for that one. Now the rest of the team moving forward as Puff went way too aggressive on that one, and Hope just annihilates him.
Yeah, Hope playing perfectly in the edge of tower range here, getting a good amount of damage down. Beishwan is going to push in the mid lane, but you're not going to win a Viego versus the Rift Herald and several members of JDG on this bot side. Even look at Yagao pushing in top.
Yep, that's going to be a tier 2 taken in the bottom side. Beitron moving in. As Yukal doesn't follow up on his engage tool there. Looks like JDG will get away with the play on the bottom side. Yagao not deciding to try and split push on the tower. He's going to settle for Krugs instead. Just going for as much gold as he can and gold denial from the side of
What
TT.
is this?
A TP coming through from Xiaoshang. TT aren't done with the play just yet. 369 tanking a Beitron. Okay, now they are done with the play, whether they like it or not.
Why were they not done with the play? I don't understand why they weren't done with the play. The play was over. And now JDG get to reset. They'll come out in time for Dragon. Like, TT at least should get the waves in order ahead of this, but I still think you're going to be in an okay spot as JDG to try and contest this.
Should certainly hope so. JDG should be able to get themselves in position. As we're taking a look at how this all started. We saw that live, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah. They got him. They got him. Good stuff. Here we go. Stun comes out on 369. He is pretty hard to kill with the zoomies on top of him, and the final chapter scares everyone away from TT. Puffed down to half HP somehow as Yagao getting onto Yukal here, who keeps himself safe with a stopwatch. And now the rest of the team moving in. Kanavi's on the backline and Puff's gone down. Kanavi flashing out to safety. Beitron being chased down by Hope. He has no fear whatsoever, just ignoring Xiaosheng. Now turning to blast him with his minigun and just chunk through that health bar. Xiaosheng powerless in this 1v1, except it's a 3v1 because Kanavi and Missing helping Hope take over the game. And yes, TT, you got the 3 Drakes. You did it in game 1 as well. But once we get to the mid-game, JDG come alive.
And Hope didn't even have to use the ultimate in that. He only just popped it there at the end. Hope just chasing people down. JDG looking confident in that fight. And again, that's what we're talking about, right? TT, they invest everything coming off the back of that play on bot side to try and keep JDG out of the pit, but JDG easily able to contest. You already had the positioning here. They've got really strong front line, and everything ends up dumped into 369 and attempted to get onto Yagao, but with that gone, Kanavi has great access to Puff. No one really there to try and save him, and Hope is completely untouched again. Doesn't even have to use his ult. He's just like, hey, I'm just gonna just skate my way through this fight nice and handily. Have the Yumis there, the Yumis with the Zoomies to help him out, and it's just an easy fight for JDG.
And he just chunks through Xiaosheng. I mean, if Xiaosheng can hit a flail, maybe he can escape with the slow, but Hope is just so fast with the zoomies. Like, how do you ever escape from him? And now, I mean, look at the damage, right? Great stuff coming out from Hope. But now it becomes difficult for TT. Because before we were talking about how they were 5-0, look at that perfect game. Well, they're no longer perfect on Drakes. They're not perfect on towers. They're not perfect on kills. And they're not perfect on the goal difference either, because JDG have found themselves a lead in this one.
Their mothers, and that's all that really matters. Now, Yagao, though, going to see if he can try and send them home to their mothers, as he's sitting on the side here, trying to see if he can play around the vision. Maybe look for a pick here.
Yeah, we'll see if they can find that pick. 369 in the wings. Xiaosheng moves over, though, and looks like JDG going to back away for the time being. As that's going to be a true shot barrage used to scout this Baron out, but there's a control ward now in the back of the pit, so TT will have full information.
Yeah, and again, I think JDG going to try and take this one a little bit slow again, make sure they can get their waves in order, and Yagao taking blue buff to then move up towards the top side to start pushing in, and if they can get both mid and top pushing at a similar time, then you can start to look at getting vision control in and around this Baron area, and we saw how devastating that was to TT in the last game, where they didn't really have anyone that could deal with the ability to face check, but this time around, they do have Xiaosheng who can actually just poke his head in to see what is going on around this top side of the map.
I thought TT were going to try and make an attempt onto Yagao there, but it looks like the resets come on through. Yagao will be fine. 369 wants to grab himself a Gromp. Kanavi finally going to look at trying to clear some of this vision around Baron, get deep vision in as well. The sweeper will spot this ward. Yagao will be able to help him clear that out. And now into the pit they go. JDG getting complete control. This is just such good Baron setup as well, right? Going around trying to clear as much vision as possible. There is one ward there. In fact, 2 wards, one just outside Raptors as well. They haven't been cleared. But generally speaking, complete blindness in that Baron pit now. And we'll see if TT can re-establish any vision.
Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of the lane assignments from TT, though. I really think he should have Yukal on the bot side. I know that Xiaosheng can't deal with the push as well from Yagao, but you really need someone who's tanky because of this.
Oh my god, Yukal's in trouble. Turns into a giant icicle, but you know what? It's the summer's day, and JDG, they love to gobble an icicle up at this point. Xiaosheng underneath the tower, trying to get Kanavi, but Kanavi survives the zoomies. Keep him alive. 1 HP, and Kanavi walks away. That's twice this game. And now Hope has been stacking up this entire time. Hasn't even used his ultimate just yet. Hasn't needed to, but kind of regretting that decision, it turns out. And now it's a double kill coming through from Puff. Beitron gets a charm as well as he looks for more on the back side of the play.
Oh, no.
Beitron cutting them down, missing alone in the world as Beitron will get the reset and a double kill. And it's all gone pear-shaped for JDG. TT keep themselves alive.
I mean, it had looked good for JDG, but UCal bought so much time on the dive. And now TT, with everyone up and available, are going straight for the Baron. And when you've got that Baron buff and the Soul in a minute's time, this is going to be so hard for JDG now to contest.
Yeah, that's a Baron taken. And TT in a fantastic position off the back of what was essentially just over-aggression from the side of JDG.
Yeah, Kanavi using the Assault and Battery onto UCal means he gets the ult. You then get the lock up underneath the tower, but I mean, you're only 4 members strong here with that tower still waiting away on you the whole time. Kanavi's completely out of the equation, and 369 just isn't able to get here fast enough before there's too much damage done to so many of the backline. Southwind as well, great positioning in the bush to get that lock up that you need, because he nails it onto Yagao, and then with the Beast, whatever the E is called, hitting on towards both of the carries as well. But now we're back, and as we said, 10 seconds until Inferno.
Yeah, we'll have to see if TT can grab themselves this soul. They're on 3 Drakes already. Weird re-engage in the last one from JDG there. As TT now in position, UCal waiting off towards the top side of the play. He wants to try and get onto Hope, but Hope's playing from the bottom side instead. Xiaosheng, the target, is Kanavi's in the pit right now, but he's in too early. He's CC'd up, flashes, gets onto Puff instead. They're looking for the fight. They're not even looking for the Drake. Hope stacking up on the backside of everything, but his teammates are falling. 369 trying to be the bouncer, trying to protect his AD carry. UCal comes in, but the charm lands. Hope has to cleanse, has to try and survive. Gets puffed down. Looking for Southwind next. Can Hope carry the fight? Baytron moving in, but the stun is dodged from. Hope still going strong. Still has the zoomies. Still stacking up, but he's taken down, missing alone. And TT, it was a close to disaster. But TT will get themselves the Infernal Soul.
And that probably seals the deal here for TT. I need to take a rewatch of what happened exactly here, because I could see Kanavi and Yagao hop onto Puff, but it just looked like there was no damage to actually take down Puff, and Yagao and Kanavi then end up being caught out in the mix. So I want to see here, because Puff does get caught out on the top side of this fight, and I was like, okay, this is actually great here for JDG. Kanavi gets there, he gets a knock up, but you can see just no damage actually coming out on towards Puff. Even the exhaust coming out, Puff survives, and because of that, there's just so much damage still left here for TT, and Hope trying his damnedest to clear out everything, but you've got an AD carry, a mid laner, and even an Enchantress support just trying to nail you every time, and UCal just waiting for the W to come back off cooldown before he goes in to make sure there's nowhere for Hope to escape to.
Tough fight there for Hope. He tried so hard with missing on his shoulder, but at the end of the day, fantastic for TT. Baytron now trying to escape, using the ult very early on. There's a charm from Yagao. Yagao has to survive as well, though. There's 1 for 0. Kanavi going so deep on the back of the play. Southwind will fall, Xiaosheng alone. Puff knocked up in the meantime. Hope with a double kill. How do you lose the Infernal Soul and then take a fight so handily? Puff will go down. Hope with a triple kill. And he is a new Hope for JDG with a quadra, because that's the 4th Star Wars spill.
Wait, is that the game? JDG, they've got the push. They can just run through. UCal needs to reset, and it's UCal versus the world, but I think JDG just ends.
And I think Yagao might have just grabbed himself an MVP with that engage there, making the pick happen onto Beichuan. UCal has to do what he can, but it's not going to be enough here. Trying to clear the wave, but the cannon will actually go down. Oh, maybe it is enough. 369 is going to use his death passive. It's a pentakill! Hope got the pentakill somehow and then died afterwards. It's pure chaos, but TT live on.
What is today, Mudge? What is happening in these games? How do we have UCal with the hero play, saving the game by killing the minions, Hope getting a penta, and then instantly dying? You've got the Infernal Soul for TT, and they're losing fights. They got a Baron and they're losing fights. I don't know what's going on anymore. But as you say, MVP performance here from Yagao. Predicts the movement on the charm, gets the engage onto Beichuan. And yes, Puff has some damage, but when you've got Hope in this position with the 3 items that completed Infinity Edge as well, great engage from 369 to get on towards Puff in the back line. This is where JDG can actually find some semblance of comfort in the fights.
Falling at the end for the quadrant there for Hope. And then, managing to get a penta as UCal just clearing the way. You can see him going in, using that ult to clear out the minions. 369 deciding he's going to be the one to tank. And then Hope tanked the tower somehow.
I think it was because 369 died under the tower, so then Hope ends up taking the damage. So a little bit messy at the end of that. I think Hope a little bit surprised he got the pentakill as well. But you still have Inferno Soul and TT. They're not as spread out this time. I think the biggest problem is still who kills 369 if he's able to play into the front line. Because honestly, Beishuan doesn't have the damage, especially with the abilities gone. You're an Ezreal, you're an Lissandra. So as long as JDG can play this front to back, I think they might just have it just with the scaling that they have on their composition.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Infernal Soul certainly be doing work. Elder not up for another 2 minutes and 20 seconds, but Baron will be in 40 seconds. Dagda, talk to me. How do TT approach this? How do they find the win that they're so desperately clawing for here in Game 2?
It has to be with a clever dive on towards Hope. UCAL needs to try and make that play happen. You don't have cleanse available for Hope, but Mikhail's is on missing. So you still have to try and contend with that lockup. But if you get Hope, you have a hope of winning this fight, TT.
In the meantime, though, look at Kanavi and Yagao. They're just trying to push. They're not really interested in fighting at this point. 369 gonna just wander by as Hope proxies the wave to deny any chance of priority from TT.
Yeah, look
here.
at Yagao.
Exactly. Yagao pushing down in this bottom side. He's just going to go for an inhib tower. Now the recall's trying to come on through, but 369 is just going to play spoiler. Him and Kanavi are going to stop the ports as Hope has moved down to the bottom side. They're just going to go for a 3v5. They are sacrificing their lives to make this play happen. We've had 2 resets coming through from TT. Xiaosheng and UCAL trying to protect in the base. They've cleared the wave, but now in the mid lane,
fight it out.
that means JDG can find themselves a numbers advantage. 369 still going strong. Kanavi still alive here. Yagao goes forward. Puff flashes out to the back of the fight. Yagao with one onto Patron. Hope jumping onto Puff in the backside of the fight. Southwind trying to survive, but Puff is cut down. And now Hope will look for more onto Southwind. Xiaosheng next on the chopping block. And it's going to be more multi-kills for Hope as JDG. It may not be a clean game, but damn it if they don't have mojo.
I mean, 12-3 on Hope. The fact that this magic is somehow coming through for JDG. This was a 2-0 for them, but what in the hell just happened?
I really don't know, but Hope does. Hope knows everything. Hope is an absolute monster in this game on Zeri. That was something else. What a shot call as well to play the bottom side of the map. But Kanavi and 369 are missing to just jump in to, what was it, 3v5 to start with. Then some recalls came on through and just managed to survive for so long with the zoomies. It was just, that was mental.
Yeah, I mean, Hope playing really on a knife's edge there, as you say, launched himself in, but I mean, the decision making all over the place was absolutely insane this game. Like, you get the team fight win for TT at the Dragon. They get the Infernal Soul, instantly lose the next fight. JDG then throw at the Nexus, try to end the game, and then TT come back out, still end up losing the next fight. We kind of already pointed out, like, just the scaling on JDG did help them a lot, but this was all over the place. This was absolutely bonkers.
Yeah, this was a wild one. This was a very strange game, but honestly a fun one. I enjoyed watching that complete chaos. Like, TT got the soul. TT won the fight to get Infernal Soul. And then from that point, JDG were just like, you know what? We're never giving you a fair fight again. We are never letting you just front to back 5v5 us. We're going to play different sides of the map. We're going to play this creative style, play for picks with Yagao, and then play for, I don't even know what that final play can be described as, but play for just shenanigans is the answer, apparently.
Yeah, the shenaniganery, as you'd like to put it, was absolutely sky high in this one. And I think, like, I think you bring up a good point, which is the fight at the end, because it ends up being the 3v5 in favor of TT. They think, okay, well, we've already got a ton of damage off. We'll just start getting the resets in. And there's no way that then, as long as we can collapse on them, that they can win the fight. But the thing is, Hope is able to get out of there so quickly, and same with Yagao, that they actually turn onto the 3 members of TT so fast that the rest of TT just can't catch up. Like, Lissandra is super late to that fight. There's only Puff that's the real damage dealer that you have to worry about. So once they get on towards Puff and kill him, the rest of that fight becomes so much easier. And you've even got the lockup from Kanavi to make sure that happens. So, a strange game. I mean, JDG had a good call at the end, but I think there was a lot left to be desired throughout the course of the early game. And I think that's why we're kind of nervous saying that JDG, you know, how good are they? Because a lot of the times it's still the this weird, wacky early game that's causing them issues.
Yeah. I mean, it was a weird game, that is for sure. And JDG certainly not making it perfect, but showing the reason that a lot of people believe in this JDG team, right, is that they have star power. Like, when you look down this roster, everybody is a phenomenal player. Everybody on this team is, you know, one of the better ones in their role. I'm not going to say they've got the 5 best players in the league, you know, or anything like that, but certainly a powerful player in every single role. And it feels like they have that veterancy and that shot calling ability to just make everything happen, you know. Missing actually having a really good game for himself as well. 100% kill participation there on the Yuumi. He was a part of everything that happened.
And I mean, we're going to have to see exactly where JDG end up lining up, right? Because I think this was a fun series from them. We saw bits back and forth, but they still have a lot of time to try and get the consistency into their game plan, right? They're playing against FPX next, still waiting to see their first win on the board. They have LNG, who are looking shaky themselves, or a WEIG. Like, it's not until the end of week 7 where we really see them go up against some of the heavy hitters again, in like BLG, V5, Orangey, Weibo, kind of rounding out their splits. So as long as JDG are able to round it out before the end of the season and coming into playoffs, they're still going to be in a really good spot, especially with the fact they're now looking at a 6-0 start.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, 6-0, just say that again, 6-0 right now for JDG. What a way to start the split off. And if you had to nominate a team to be 6-0, JDG would not have been my pick. They did look good towards the end of the split, but ultimately not winning playoffs, ultimately not winning the LPL, not going to MSI. So they were not the team that I would have expected to be starting this split in such a commanding fashion. But here we are. And yes, it's not all clean and perfect, but at the end of the day, win is a win, and that's all that matters for JDG. So really, really good start. The question for me is, how long can they keep that run going, right? How long can they maintain this win streak that they've got for themselves? It's always fun. I feel like we always have one team that goes for a massive win streak at the start of the split, Dagda. This time it's JDG. They've got FPX now. They've got LNG in week number 5. Then RA, WE. They have a fairly easy schedule ahead of them, honestly.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. It's that week 7, week 8, week 9 that are the real ones, that are the big contenders. But we'll have to see exactly how it is all going to pan out. Because as you say, like, we've seen Weibo do this in the last spring split where they had this massive win streak. It all started to crumble at the end. And we're now looking at JDG 5-0. Now, they did beat Top Esports in that mix, but it has been a little bit of an easier schedule, I will say, for them. So I'm curious now to see when they start to go up against their heavy hitters, how good do they look? Because I think if you show the inconsistency that you did see in both of these games in this series, there's no way RNG are going to let you away with it. Teams like V5 won't let you away with it. Hell, even EDG wouldn't let you away with that kind of play.
Yeah, gonna be a tough one if you allow yourself to have these fun games. And I mean, Kanavi literally said it in an interview, right? We are the favorite in this matchup, but we do have to actually try and win. Which says everything that you need to know. There are so many top teams in the LPL that are like this, where they know they're a favorite, they know that this win is in the bag, and so they have a bit of fun with it. And I feel like JDG, they're the biggest culprits of it in this split.
Yeah, it's definitely been a wild and wacky ride, but I'm curious again to kind of see exactly what the future holds for them. Like, I had these guys just off their spring performance being one of the teams that we do send to Worlds, because you're looking at EDG on a bit of a slump. Top Esports, they've already kind of beaten, but I think it's like JDG, V5, Top Esports, and Orangey are probably the teams you're looking at for that Worlds Championship, but we'll have to see if they can maybe fix some of the things that happen so we don't get a repeat of 2020 for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I can now reveal our MVP, and I think this is going to surprise you all. I think this will be a shocking revelation for most of our viewers, that our MVP was actually Ho. Can you believe it? Got himself a pentakill, 12-3-3, a 5k gold difference at the end of the game, 200% value on his gold when it comes to damage, and, I mean, 40% of the team's damage. What more is there to say? The guy just had an unbelievable... Almost made that 2v5 happen at the Dragon fight as well.
I know, it was so close. But, I mean, Hope had a phenomenal game. And honestly, I think if Hope had played even slightly worse, this game wouldn't have been a win for JDG. Like, this guy really did play on the edge of what was capable from the champion. And I'm delighted again to see Hope stepping up. Because, as we say, this guy kind of moved off of EDG because Viper was coming into the mix, moved down to the LDL, but now we're starting to see just what this guy is capable of when he's given a team that is willing to play around.
And I feel like every single time I think Hope's champion pool is limited, or I think I know how he plays, I see another game where he just pops off on a different champion. It doesn't feel like Hope is limited. It feels like this guy is just insane on everything. And it feels like the team is acknowledging that and is more than willing to play towards it, right? We keep on seeing now JDG setting up with Hope as the primary carrier of the squad.
Do you know what else we see, Munch? That just grinds my gears? The fact that Zeri keeps getting let through. Stop letting Zeri through.
4 times today.
She won every single game that she was let through today. This champion is absurd. Stop letting it through. It's so damn strong. Like, you need to make sure that you're getting rid of this pick. And Hope was just able to pop the hell off on it. So, yeah, I think Zeri, probably the strongest pick at the moment, just with the buffs to her W and the amount of damage she can churn out. The AoE is insane. Like, just get Zeri off the board.
Yeah. Dagda, it's time to show our results, as I can't really believe it, but the day is already over. It's only 1:30 where I live. This is probably the fastest day of LPL so far this split. We've had not only 2 series, but pretty quick games as well. OMG 2-0ing LGD to start us off today. Really clean game number 1. Game number 2, a little messier, it has to be said. But then JDG versus TT. JDG kind of styling a bit, losing out on the soul, but ultimately Hope and 369 both having individual, like, amazing days for themselves.
Yeah, but as you can see in the standings, JDG will go to the 6-0 spot. Themselves and V5, the last remaining undefeated teams that we have in the LPL, but a lot of teams hot on their heels trying to see if they can make that a thing of the past.
Look at the game difference as well, Dagda. When V5 are 4-0, JDG have played 2 more series, and yet V5 have almost the same game difference as JDG. That shows how much cleaner the wins have been for V5. They are not messing around in terms of just getting 2 wins on the board in a series. It's been a much more relaxed performance for V5, whereas JDG, they've dropped a fair few games so far, but that's okay. They're still showing up. They're still at the top of the standings. But let's take a look at what's coming up tomorrow, because we have plenty more action where that came from. Speaking of V5, they're going to be starting us off against WE in what you should expect to be a fairly clean win for V5. But then LNG versus Top Esports, very similar place on the standings right now. But I would say Top Esports should be a favorite going into that one.
Yeah, especially with OMG just coming off the back of that loss against... LNG coming off the back of the loss against OMG. Definitely going to have a point to prove. And you get to see Doomby go up against Knight, which is always... It's always just a banger of a game.
Yeah, that's always going to be good. It's always going to be fun. Plenty of mojo between those 2 rosters. That is for sure. But yeah, we'll have to see how those games go. We'll certainly be in chat watching away along with you all. But that's going to be it from us. Dagda, thanks for joining me as always. Thanks for forcing me to wear this summery shirt while it's an absolute downpour outside. But from us and from production, thank you everyone for watching. We'll see you guys in chat tomorrow. But until then, we'll see you in chat.